Hello guys, welcome to the very first part of our course. And in this course, you're going to be learning how to build a traveling mobile application without writing a single line of code, right? So you're going to be learning how to build this using our main instrument, which is FlutterFlow, which allows you to build application faster than ever. And this particular Figma design is gotten from Figma community, and it's provided for free for use. All right, so I give all credit to the person who created these Figma designs for this mobile application, right? So you're going to be learning how to build a traveling mobile application, just like I said earlier on. You're going to explore the different ways of creating various functionalities for this particular mobile application using FlutterFlow. And it's going to be a very interesting experience because you're going to figure out a lot of things. And with this particular course, you're going to learn not only how to build what we have on this page, but there are some features that I have in my mind and I want to create them in this application so you can also understand how to do it. Like for instance, let's say you want to share this particular trip location with somebody, right? There's no icon for sharing here, so I will want us to create that functionality here where the user can, click to share the link to this particular trip location, such that when someone else clicks it, the person will be taken to this particular page to see the details of the trip, right? The trip location. And we will also be able to achieve these by integrating a QR code such that someone can just scan a QR code and then it will take the person to this very unique page. All right. And we're going to do a whole lot of very beautiful things, including building an admin panel for the company that owns this business per se. So if at all you're looking at running a traveling business, okay, so there should be an admin panel. And with the admin panel, you can actually get to monitor the number of people that have created accounts. You can monitor the number of people that have booked a certain trip location. You will be able to monitor the number of, should I say, agents who have created trip locations, all right? And you'll be able to block people and possibly send messages as well. So we will create this very interesting application within FlutterFlow, and with the knowledge you will get with these, you're going to be able to build your own application for your business. So let's dive down into it and see how to achieve all of these within FlutterFlow without writing a single line of code and create a masterpiece. All right, guys, I hope you're excited about this because I'm very excited about it. I'm doing this because I have been seriously encouraged by my students here on Udemy, my students on your YouTube channel, right? So I'm like super excited about it, and that's why I'm creating another course, and I want you to really, really learn how to do this. Okay, guys, see you in the next part of our course where we begin development proper. Talk to you soon. Guys, welcome to the second part of our course, and in this part, this is where we begin to take things really seriously. Yeah, so this is a part where we start designing this beautiful traveling mobile application without writing a single line of code using FlutterFlow. So where do we start? We start from the very first part, which is going to be these screens. So let's try to see how we can create all of this screen, and then from there we move to the next part and the next part and the next part. Okay, so this is it. If this is the very first time that you are using FlutterFlow, so what you need to do, okay, not like using FlutterFlow, but you're creating an application or your very first time, using Figma, right? So the link to this particular Figma design will be made available in the introductory message to this course. I will send this particular link, and so you will just click on it and then click open in Figma, and it will bring you to here, and you will have access to these as well. And then from there you can begin developing your application within FlutterFlow. And so the first thing you need to do is I click on these. It looks like all of these screens have been grouped. And so what I need to do is double tap. When I tap, I can now select each of the screens. You see, I can select each of the screens. And from what I've seen here so far, the designer did not make each of the components of the application available for easy use, right? So these are just like images of the main design, because we are supposed to be able to like tap on it and then access each of the component. For instance, let's go to the style guide. Now not the style guide, the components. Now in the components, right? So let me just go to one particular part of the component section. Now in the component here, this is like a card for each of the the trip locations. So I clicked on this. It was formerly like this. Then for me to access the things that are inside, I have to double tap. And then for me to access what is inside again, I have to double tap. And then from there, I double tap to access each of these small things. But now in the main design area, each of these things, no matter how many times I double tap, I can't have access to it because they were made available as images. Okay, so we are going to just be using placeholder images for these things, and then maybe towards the end we can now find real images and put right in the finishing touches of our application. Okay, so let's begin. Now this is just a normal screen and the dimension is 375 by 812. All right, so we would just come here to FlutterFlow and we either sign in or we click to start for free, right? So you can sign in if you already have an account with FlutterFlow, or you can start for free if you don't have an account with FlutterFlow. So I already have an account, so I'm gonna just click sign in, and well, it will bring me here. But for you, if it's your very first time, you won't see anything here. Your projects will be empty. So, but for me, I've created a lot of things, and I think some projects self even a year ago. I have a whole lot of other things here. I wouldn't like to go up or there because I have clients projects on top. So I will click on create new, and then I will say traveling mobile app. This is gonna be the name of our project, TMA. All right, and the next thing I need to do is click on blank app because we want to build the application from scratch. Had it been wanted to build from an existing template, what we would have done would have been to select from here. Okay, so we just want to create blank, and when I click on that, it brings me here. And what I just need to do is just scroll down here, and then we're supposed to set up Firebase, but at this point we don't want to set up Firebase. Firebase is what we're supposed to use in storing the different details that will be used in our applications, like the images of the user, the name of the user, their decisions in the application, like when they book a particular travel trip location, right? So that's what Firebase will be doing for us. But we just had to go ahead and like skip that part, and we will just say start building. Why are we building without setting up Firebase at first? Well, Firebase is when you want to begin doing the backend for your application. And in this particular course, we're dividing it into front-end and backend. And so what we're doing right now at this particular stage is purely front-end. And I hope that you understand that. So now let's go over to, let's go back here. And then this is our application, and then this was the first page, and this is how it looks like when we create a new page in FlutterFlow. And so just to show you some things, if you're totally a beginner here, so this is like the page selector, and then this is the widget tree, and this is the Firestore tab, and the app app state, and the data schema. We will go ahead and be learning these things one by one by use. So here, this is the page selector, and here we have just one page, okay? And it's been called home page here. But if you come here, well, the page wasn't even named. So we can call this particular page splash screen. So yeah, so we will click on here, which is the main page, and then we will click here and rename it to splash. Okay, and that's all. We named it splash. And then for you to see the makeup of each of the page, you have to come to the widget tree, because a particular page is made up of several components depending on what you add to it. All right, so right now by default every single new page just comes with a scaffold, which is the main one here. You cannot delete it. It's the foundation of every single screen in your application. All right. So then this one is the one that comes as a default column, and then we have a default app bar. Okay, so that's what you have here. See, the designer had put the information here. We don't have to put those things in our application because they will come by default depending on the particular device that our user is using. So that's why we have the app bar here. Okay, so at this point we don't need to put anything here. We just want to take off the app bar. So I selected the app bar and clicked on delete on my keyboard, and then that's gone. Now I have my main column here. If I come here to the splash screen, I see here that the scaffold itself is being given a primary color. You see? Now what I need to do is I can go ahead and click on this to add a row. All right, so I'm going to be adding a row in the column which was already provided for free by default. And why am I doing that? I'm doing that because I want to be able to put this particular image here at the center of the column and at the center of everything here. So, well, there are different ways to do it. Either I think the best way to do is what I'm just doing right now. So I put a row, or better still, let me just show you how it can go. So now, first of all, let's come back here to the application and go to the components. And then in the components, let's come over to where we have, this logo here. It's called travel. So I'm just going to double tap twice so I can have access to it. And I need to go ahead and just export it. So I'm going to click on export, and I'm going to change this to maybe 2x, preview it to be sure that it's what I'm exporting, and then I click to export black. So it says here color equals to black. That's like the name of the component. So what I need to do is just remember this color, the name of that stuff. So I'll click here, and I'll click to this particular icon here. It's called add a child to this widget. It's just a button where you click whenever you want to add another child to a particular widget. So I'll click here, and then we see lots of children that we can add to this. So basically a component is called a child when you're adding it to another widget that already existed before this one you're about adding. So it's more like this is the parent, and whatever you're adding inside it, of course, is the children. So now we're going to add an image, and we want to figure out the dimension of the image. So if you see here, the dimension is 117.32 by 33.48. So we can just take 117 and 34. Okay, so we would just come over here on the right hand side and say the width is 117 and here is 34. That way, then for the border radius, we would just go ahead and remove this border radius, make it 0. A border radius is just the radius by the corners of the image. And the next thing that we need to do is change the image type from network to asset, and we will click on upload image. It'll bring us to our file manager in your device. All right, so I'm using a Mac, and so it brings me here. So I'm going to look for color, and because that was like the name of the file, so I just see it here, it's called color here. So I'll just click on open. Now when I click on open, it brings it here, and for me to make it take the exact shape of the component that we've used here, which is an image with a specific dimension, I just need to click on box fit. That way it just enters properly. But if you observe, it's not at the center. That's where I need to right click on it and wrap that widget with a row. And that way I can now go ahead and center align that widget. That's particular, like just click to say whatever is inside this row, I want it to always be at the center. So that's what I'm doing right now. And then now I can click on the column and say whatever is inside the column, I want it to always be at the center. The reason is because what we have here in our design is at the center. Although we have something here that says version 1.1.0. So what we would do here is we will click on the column again and add a row. In the row, we will add a text, And then that text we will say version 1.1.0, and then we will click on here and center align it. And normally we would have just clicked on this to take it down to the bottom, but for some reason that doesn't really work. So I would just, refresh that. What we can do here is, it's somehow pinned at the bottom, like somewhere around here. But if we go ahead and we can give a padding in between them, but I don't know, since we don't have access to clicking each of these, I might not know the exact padding, so we will just guess it. I will just say 400. Right, now I do that, but it pushes this one up here, right? It's not really a good idea. So I can say, I can do like this. I can push it down like this, and that still works. That means I'm pushing this and saying this one just go down, and this one just, be here. All right, you can play around with it to just figure it out a bit. I hope you understand. So that's for that very first part, and we will go ahead and create the next part. Now this one is more like, all of this is one screen. Okay, don't be worried, it's just one single screen. Now what we're gonna do is we're going to just go ahead and click on, let's go back here and click on this icon here. It's for adding new pages to our application. So I would just click here to add a new page, and it tells me create a blank page. Now let's go back. You can create a new page, you can create new components, you can create new flows. Well, this particular feature is not up yet. Okay, it's up. All right, I've actually not used it yet, so you can actually get to create new flows. I've used new page, new component. I haven't used this yet. FlutterFlow is amazing. All right, so let's go ahead and click on create blank, and we will call this page onboarding. All right, so yeah, we will call it, no, it's not onboarding really. Well, yeah, it is onboarding in a way, right? Yes, it's called onboarding. Yes. So we call it onboarding, and just like we did before, we will click on this and remove the app bar, and we will go ahead and let's see, we have the icon here. It's a bit different, right? So there's an icon here, and then we have the text here, and we have these and all of that. So first of all, what we need to observe is that this screen is supposed to be slidable. It's supposed to be slidable. You slide, it takes you to the next one and then the next one. And how do you do that within FlutterFlow? You will come over here to the widget tree, and then you see the default column, and you click here and you just scroll down. And when you scroll down, you see something called page view. All right, so now this page view is what will allow us to create that particular functionality or that feature that we saw in the design. Okay, so let's click on this, and this is an image that is supposed to be here. I'm just gonna take it out. For some reason it's not showing, I don't know, but it has a default image here. It's supposed to be showing, but it isn't. Let's look for a default gray image, something like this. Okay, so I'm just gonna default gray. This would have been cool, but I don't like it that much. Can I find something else? I just need default gray. Well, this is not bad, but let me copy it and say copy image address. Okay, I think I mistakenly clicked something, so let's say copy image address, and let's paste this here instead. Okay, so it works. So we have this gray image. So this was what I meant by there's an image here, but we don't want an image, so I'm just gonna delete the image off. Now it has 3 different areas for 3 different swipes. You see here it has 3 different swipes, and then what I'll just do is delete this and click to delete this as well. And here what I'll do is each of these pages, right, we can add a column to it. Now in the column we can add a row, and in the row we can add, for this first one, no, not a text, we can add an image. So well, we're going to struggle a bit, but we will be fine. So this is supposed to be something we should just easily click and download, but we don't have access to it. So we would just come over here and click on this. It says 70 by 20. So I will just come over here and click on export and change this to 2x just to make it a bit more visible, and then export white. So it says color again, but this time around white. Okay, so 70 by 20, and I will just come here in the row, add an image. The image dimension will be 70 as width and 20 as height. I'm going to remove the border radius, and I'm going to switch this image type from network to asset, so I can click here to upload the color. So we have color white, and there you go. Now I need to get something else. I need something like something more darker. So default dark gray. I prefer dark gray. So what? I don't know why they're mixing it up like this. I just need the dark gray. Okay, yeah, this will work. So I'll just right click and copy image address and come here. All right, so the default background is supposed to have a color. So I'm gonna right click on this column. I want to cover every single thing in a background. If I come here to the page view, it doesn't really have a background. All right, so I want each of it to have I'm gonna wrap this column, wrap the widget with a container. The container is going to have an infinite width because I want it to just cover everywhere, and then an infinite height as well. And I will just paste the color here. So I didn't paste that well. So I'll paste this here. Well, for some reason it's not working. So copy image address. Let's try it again. Okay, that didn't work for some reason. I don't know why. This looks like gray, but I don't actually like, it's not like a smooth gray. Okay, let's try it. Copy image address and let's try it again. For some reason that is still not working. So I'm gonna just pick a color, random color here in the background. So I'm just using this secondary text. Is there any other one I could use? No. So I just pick that up, and now here, if you observe, we're going to just be working on this intuitively, right? So we have this image here, and then we have travel, and then we have another text here. So we will just, guess the sizes. Okay, so travel here is fire. Let's just arrange them first. So there's travel. Then let me just click this, come here and do it like this. Okay, I'm gonna click on the column again and add a row, and in the row I'm gonna add a text, and the text says let's explore the world. So I will say here, I'll come here and say let's explore the world, and I'll turn it to white. Okay, and I'll go ahead and change this to maybe 800, and this is gonna be like 36. Okay, so we would just be guessing that. So let's explore the world. The padding here, from here to here, we're gonna have to give it a space. So I'm gonna click here and give it a unique space. So let's say 20. And for this one, I'm going to go ahead and click on this. Okay, not that, but the text here. I'm gonna click on this because I want the text to fall down. It's called expansion here. So here we say let's explore the world, right? So I'm going to go ahead and add another padding on this side, 20. Okay, and next thing I'll do is possibly increase this to 45. Yeah, so the day comes down here. So now I'm gonna go ahead and click on the row and provide some padding because it's a bit far away from this. I want to guess that that's going to be like 25. So you can always use WordWorks. Okay, so then for this one, let's see here, we have that, and then we have these again. So let's let's just duplicate. Let me just duplicate this here. Duplicate these, and here it says, let's explore the world with us with just a few clicks. So let's explore the world with us with just a few clicks. And then in this one, we're going to reduce the fonts because it's going to be like, I think, normal, and we're looking at 16. Yeah, something like this. Okay, so then we need to give it some space. Okay, that's okay. Then I think that's about it. Let's see, is it at the middle of the screen? Well, somehow it's at the middle, so I will just click on this column and say middle. All right, so it's just gonna be here. And this particular thing now is what we need to do here. Now we're not gonna be creating an entire replica of the whole thing. So here we had a main column, so let me add a row here, and then in the row we're gonna add a button. So you see here there is an icon here that says next. I don't know the width, I don't know the height, we're going to just assume. So I'm gonna come over here to the component. Okay, so I think we can figure that one out because there is a particular part of the component that says okay, I might not really guess it so well. So it says here, this is the color of the button. So I can copy the color of the button by clicking here and copying it. Let's assume the width, the height is like 35. Okay, so the width could be anything. So let's come over here and say, here I'm just gonna paste the color of the button, the fill color here, and I'm gonna remove this elevation by putting 0. Elevation is just like the small gray area around it. The width, I'm gonna make it infinite. Well, it refused to be infinite because I need to turn this on. Okay, so then I can say next. I think that was what was there. And then here I can say infinite, and I can give it some padding on the left and on the right, 20. And then here I can say 20. So that way we have this. Now we still have a couple of things to do, like let's see. So here we have okay, I think what we need to do actually is this gray area, this gray container is supposed to cover everything. So let me click here and just cut this. That's Windows Control X or Command X, and then I will just delete this, right? And then I will click this and paste what was there. It's still there. And then I will click on the main entire page view widget and right click to wrap the widget with a container. All right, and then I will say infinite width, infinite height, click here and then choose a fill color. All right, so it covers everything now. Now here for this one, I will just give it some padding. Okay, now I think we still didn't cover everything. Okay, so let's go off there. So I think that didn't work out, so I'm just doing Command Z to undo what I did. Now I'm gonna click on onboarding, and then I'll come here to the background color. Background. Okay, now this one can only give us a background color, but later on we will need to change. Okay, I see what's happening here. We will need to change I don't know why this image changes though, but okay, we would just need to change this to real image. So let's actually wrap the entire column, wrap it with a container, and then we will go ahead and say infinite width and then infinite height, and the fill color is gonna be this. Now everything is covered. Okay, so then for this row we need to give it some padding. No, we don't. We just need to give these the page view a color. So if you see here, it has color, so we can just say these, right? And then the inactive color, we can just say it's maybe, I don't know, these or these. No, something a bit not so bright. Okay, I think this worked actually. but we might have to like dim it a bit. Yeah, so something like this. Okay, so that way we have something tangible. But now we need to give it some padding at the bottom just so we can have some space here. So I'm clicking on the main row and giving it a bottom padding of 20. So now we have something that looks similar and close to these. Well, we can still give it a top padding of maybe 100 so it can have these pushed up a bit. Okay, so that way we are very close to having something like this. Now we have these not to like, you know, really similar. So what we have there is the width of each of these, but I think we don't have to like make it an entire replica of it, right? So this is just our own unique design. Okay, and so that's it, and I hope that you learned that. What I just need to do now is I will just go ahead and copy the 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 content of this column. I'm just gonna copy it, Ctrl C, click on these and paste it. In the second one, click on these and Command V to paste it in a tab. And then I can just change some things. Visit tourist attractions. So for this one now, I'm gonna just click and change it to visit tourist attractions. Visit tourist attractions. And it says here, find thousands of tourist destinations ready for your visit. So it says here, find thousands of tourist destination ready for your visit. And then the other one is just get ready for next trip. So we can just come here and say get ready for next trip. And the content is it's just the same thing like the previous one. So we can just come here and copy what we have here, and then come over here and click here and paste it. So that way we have something similar to what we have created already. Now I know you might be wondering, why don't we just use an image? So let's go to Unsplash. Let's go to unsplash.com, right? And this is where we can get unique pictures. So let's say traveler. So we need a traveler picture that is dark, right? So I think this is good actually. So if we can download this. So it says Alexei. So now let's come over here and go to our widget tree, the container, and scroll down, go to background image, change it from network to assets. Okay, can we copy this image location? Let's copy that. It might be simpler. Let's take it back to network and just paste this. Yeah, so we have this now. So this is it, and for us to preview what we've done, you can just click on the preview app button here and just wait for a couple of seconds, and you will see the beauty of what we have just created. Now this is just the very first part of our front-end development section in this course, right? So I believe that you enjoyed it, and I believe you're also trying to replicate it to aid your practice. So I'm just going to click here to reduce the percentage of zoom, and later on we can just make these corners more curved, right? So this is just how it looks like. Okay, so like that and like that. Okay, I hope you're excited and I hope this is good for you. Let's meet again in the next part of the course. Welcome to another part of our course, and in this part we're just going to continue building our application. Okay, so this is the part where we create a section where our user gets to either create an account or sign in. So it's supposed to be very easy and simple. Let's go back to our pages. We have the splash screen and we have the onboarding. So this screen looks like the splash screen. So what we could just simply do is just click on this, right click and duplicate the page. And then we can go ahead and name it. We can call it create account. Create. Maybe create or create account. Which do you prefer? I think create account is more descriptive. So create account. Or we can just call it register. Okay? Register is easier and shorter. Okay, so I can just delete these, and we have this logo. The reason why I did that is because we're supposed to have the logo here. Okay, so now we're just gonna bring up this part and then this part and the things that we have here. So we have the email and password field. How do you do that? So we will click on the first column here and click on the widget tree so we can see the different components that we have here. And so here I'm going to be adding another component, a widget, to this column, and it's going to be called text field. Now if you come here, this is it. It's called a text field. I'm adding it there, and this particular widget requires you to either choose an input decoration property. So right now it's just underlined. That means there'll be one line under it, but preferably we want to make it an outline, so a border around it totally. So like this you see now. And here, instead of label here, we would just say what do we have here? We have the email. So let's just say email. Okay, and then we have another thing that like the hint. So we can just say Adam at email.com. Okay, so that's like an example for the users so they can just know. So here we can just change this to 20. I want it to be uniform, 20, and then I can just go ahead and then duplicate this because we have another field, password. So but we need to give it some spacing, right? So let's say 20. Okay, perfect. And then this one, let's give it some padding from themselves. From here to here, I think it might just be okay to give 100. Okay, so that's like the padding there. And then so here, this one is going to just be, I'm going to scroll down and change this to password. And then here, we don't need a hint at all. We just need to have, we will scroll down here and we will have something called the password field. We have to check it and then put 24 here as the size, and that's it. So now this icon here shows up. Perfect. And I think the next thing we need to do is actually these curves are more curved than what we have. So let's come over here to the component and see what is being used. The border radius, I think it's like 15, so maybe we can try. Let's scroll down here, we will see border radius and say 15. So maybe it's just better. So let's click here and change it to 15 as well. And I think that's what we'll be doing. Border radius across will just be 15. Okay, so we have that, and there's a small check box here, and then remember me and forgot password. So let's create that. I'm gonna click on the column, click on a row. In the row I'm gonna say checkbox, and this is a checkbox group. I just need a single checkbox, and I'm just gonna say 15. Okay, this is the padding. And then here I'm just going to, let's say I don't know what color it's supposed to show, but I think we should just make it a yellow color. Yeah, so I'm just gonna copy this color and it should show a yellow color. Yeah, like this. Well, just for uniformity sake. And yeah, like this. So this one as well, we can just put yellow. And so when it's checked, it's like this. Okay, so here we can now say what was there? It was, we had okay, remember me and forgot password. So here in the row, I'm just gonna add, just click that, and I'm gonna add a text. It's gonna say remember me. All right, and it's gonna be this particular color. Okay, maybe accent, no. Info, no. Or let's say alternate, yeah. Alternate, right? It's too not visible at all. So let's say secondary text, but we're going to chunk it down a bit until we can still see it. Okay, so here this is fine. So it says remember me, and I think I prefer a percentage. Let's go to that text. So it says here 38. I think we need like maybe 50. Yeah, let's just leave it at 50. And then here I'll just go ahead and duplicate it. Command D to duplicate it. Now I want to group these two things. Now first of all, I want them to be in different sides, like by using this particular type of alignment. Let me click on this one and give it 20 first. All right. But now this one is already playing around here. Doesn't like what we're doing. So I'm just going to Command X to cut it out of here. And I'm gonna click on this and right click and then say wrap widget with a row, and then I'm pasting this. Now they're together. Okay, so this is just perfect. Now what I could do is change. Yeah, that's okay. So now I'm just gonna go ahead and give this some padding, maybe 12, and then we come over here. We have buttons. So the button is create account. I'm gonna click on these and say button, click on these, say create account, and I can say infinite width. I think it was actually 35. This is going to be let me see, I'll just use secondary colors, and then I will remove the elevation. Okay, and the border color is going to be alternate. Okay, and I will add some padding. I'll say 20, and I'll say 20, and then the text color, there's a text on the button, so I will just change these to black. Was it black? Yeah, it's black. So create account. That's it. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now, and click on the register here and add secondary color here. Okay, so that way we have this, and I can click on this. Let me look at it again. I think it's bigger than 30, so let's just make it 50. Actually, looks bigger, like the bottom looks bigger. So I'm just going to say 20 here. Then I will go ahead and duplicate it. Okay, now this one, we had already agreed that our border radius will always be 15. And so let's just change this to 15. And then let's come over here and go back to the component section and just copy the color of the button. And so we will come down here, and in the fill color we will paste this, and for this one we will change it back to secondary color white. So this is going to be sign in, right? So we will have, let's say, sign in. Okay, I think that's what we had there. So let's come back to the design area. So it says sign in, and then we have these icons for Instagram, Google, and Facebook. Now I think that's like what's left. Let's see, are they quite close? They're not. Okay, so I think that's about it, guys. Let's add a row. So we add a row here, and in the row we're gonna add a container, and the container size is gonna be like, let's say 40 or 30. I say 40, and I'm gonna say it's secular. And let's look at it. It's just like a gray. Let's come over here and see if we can have an idea of the component. The gray color, I don't know what that is, so let's pick this one. I think it's gonna be this gray. So I'm picking this and then I'm gonna paste it here. All right, so now in here I'm gonna add a column inside that container and a column and an icon. So this is the icon. I'm gonna click on these and I'm gonna center it inside. And then now this icon is, I'm gonna look for the Instagram here. I think I might find something like that. I come here and say Instagram. There is nothing like that. Oh, there is. So Instagram. Good. And now we can have let me click this and duplicate it. And for this one, I think this was going to be Google and then Facebook. So here I'm gonna look for Google, so the big G, and then we have the last one, Command D. This is gonna be Facebook. So font awesome, and then we have the F. So we will click on this and say center align. Maybe this one. Yep. Let's see. Does it work like that? Exactly. And then we can give it a padding of maybe 30. And then we need a padding from the bottom too, just for enough space, so 30. So that way we have created what we needed to create. So I think that's about it for the create account screen. And they will use this particular screen to, you know, do create account, and then we will also do you know, forgot password. So I think at this point we can just like really quickly create forgot password, and let's do it. Okay, so what do? I just need to go ahead and duplicate this screen. Yeah, I'm duplicating this and call this one. Let me go here to widget tree and click on the scaffold so I can rename it forgot password. And I'm going to, it has an arrow here, so I'm gonna click here to add back the app bar, but I'm gonna remove the color. The color is going to be secondary, and I'm gonna remove the elevation 0, and then I have an icon here, and it's an icon button, and I will make it black. Was it black? Okay, something like this works. Okay, so here I can just delete these. No, return it back, remove just these. Okay, let me close this. Then we need to put a text there, and the text says input your email and then forgot your password. So no, what is that? Input your email. I think it's supposed to be the opposite. Forgot password, then input your email. Forgot password, create, you know, yeah. So let's say, okay, yeah, so let's just say forgot password, right? And here I just make it a left alignment, and I will say 20 as the padding for the text. And here I will just give it an alternate. No, maybe this one. Okay, so that's okay, and I will just let me delete this one. And what else? I think I need to delete this as well, and delete this as well, and delete this as well. So this doesn't, okay, let's just push this back up, the whole of this, and just push it back up. Okay, so forgot password. The button here is not okay, so forgot password. Okay, so we have, I'm just checking my screens. Okay, good. Now let's remove this. There was something there, so let's just remove it. And there's some space. Forgot, there's some space on top. Let's say 50. Forgot your password. Then we're just gonna duplicate these and say input input your email. Okay, so here I will go ahead and click on these and change this to maybe 12. Click these, remove these, and click these, change it to, I think we used extra bold and maybe 45, and I'm gonna click these for it to fall down here, and I might need to just give it 20 here for uniformity's sake, and I might need to turn these into real black. Okay, input your email, and this doesn't really need to be this much padding, so we have here, so let's change this from 100 to 50, and then the email is here, and submit is the next thing. So here we can change this to 50, and then change the text to submit. And also let's click here, and I just want to quickly copy this color of the button and click on the text field, come to where we have the outline, the border color. I'm gonna just paste these, yeah, because that's what we have here as well. And then I think that's about it. We have this design. So far we have created register screen, and we have created forgot password screen. I hope that you've learned a whole lot of things, and I believe you'll be looking forward to the next part. See you in the next part. Thank you. Welcome to another part of our course, and in this part we are going to build the dashboard, or should I say the very first homepage of our application. Now this is what we're gonna do, just like we kept on doing it before. We're going to just like create this page. We'll create this page, then we'll just keep creating each of the pages and just pushing our application to another level. All right, so how do we start this one? What we're going to do is, let me just take this off. We're going to go ahead and let me see again. Let's see. So we have this screen doesn't look like any screen that we have created, so we'll just click here and say new page, create blank, and we will call it home. And then here, let me see, does it have an app bar? It doesn't really have an app bar. I wouldn't want to believe that that's an app bar. Well, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. So, but let's just take the app bar off, and then let's start creating it. So here we have a cycle image, and then we have text, and then we have these. How do we do that? So I'll click on the main column, go to the widget tree. I will click this, and then I will go to add a row, and in the row I'm gonna add a cycle image, and I think this image is gonna be roughly about 30. Yeah, and for some reason the image is not showing here, so I might have to just copy the image of, let's say female. Okay, so I can't really see the face of, I just need like headshot. Okay, so I think this is okay. I can just right click and then copy image address, and I'll come over here and I'll paste it. Okay, yeah, so it gives me this small tiny thing there. So now I'm gonna click on this, and I'm gonna add a text. The text is gonna say hello Pristia. So I will just say hello Pristia, and I'm gonna give it some padding, maybe 8, and I'm gonna click on the row again. I'm gonna click to add an icon. That icon is going to be this, and I will click, I'm gonna add a padding of 20. And the reason I'm doing that is because I'm about giving it an alignment, which is gonna be these. So with that, this is supposed to be given an alignment of 20 as well, but you know, we've done something like this before. We need this to be very close to this, so I'm gonna say Command X, cut it out, right click on this, and wrap the widget with a row and paste. Now it's like this. Then I will go ahead and click here and say notification. So this is gonna be our notification. So I think we can go with this bell. Let's see, it's okay. No, we can just find something closer. So maybe this one. All right, so we have that, and the next thing to do is this. So we have to go ahead and create that. We click on the column, click on row, and in the row we're gonna add a text, and we're saying, where do you want to explore today? So let's give it a padding of 20 first, and then we will say, I think what I could do is click on this and take off these, right? Click on these, take off the padding here. Click on the main column and give it 20 so that everything will always have a padding of 20 from both sides. That way we do something interesting. Where do you want to explore to? Where do you want to explore today? So let's say, where do you want to explore today? Okay, so we have that, and let's click this first so it can actually fall down, right? So we would change this to 800 extra bold and say 40. Okay, let's see if this is gonna, where do you want to explore today? Too much. So let's say 35. Didn't work. Let's say 30. So where do you want to explore today? Okay, yeah, this works. Let's go ahead and remove these from here. Good. Where do you want? Okay, I think I'm going to like increase these to 35. 40. Ouch. 37. Yep. Okay, so now we have this, and we can give it some padding. It's almost like 35 pixels padding or more. And we need to do the next thing here. Oh, this is 3 spaces. No, that's not what I want. Close this. Okay, so let's see. Where do you want to explore today? Let's come over here and see what we can do. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and click on this, and maybe it's not extra bold, maybe it's 700. It doesn't really change anything. So let's say 35. Well, we don't necessarily need to have exactly the same thing, because I think these should have entered here. I think it was more like tapping, yeah. So I think what the designer did was, where do you, and then went ahead and did this, tap this like that. So yeah, but I don't want it. Let's just leave it like this. Okay, so we're good with it like this, and we just need to put these search container. So we will go ahead and click on the column, click on these, add a container, yes. And I think this container is gonna be roughly 40 as the height. Okay, let's say 50, and the width is gonna be infinite, and we're gonna have there's another one, alternate. It's so let's say 50%, yeah, alternate 50%. And the border width we can say 15. And inside the container we're gonna add a row, and inside the row we're gonna add a text field. Yep, this is the main text field. So search destination. So down here we would change, let's just change it to search destination. And down here we're gonna change it to none. There's no border at all. And let's see, here has an icon for the search. We might not really make it like that. Ours is gonna be on change. When a user types in something here, we just want it to change. Okay, so well, there are different ways we can do it. Let's put the icon, let's put the search icon, yeah, because we're going to explore some options. Let's say icon, and put this here, and come over here and say search, and then we will pick this one, and that will be it. But let me give it a padding of 20 here. 20 is large. I think 10 would do. And here I can give it 10 as well. Okay, so this way we have something reasonable. Click on the container, come back here, give it some padding. Let's give it padding 25. And here, let's see, the next thing we need to do is just, create this choose category. So let's say this is gonna be, click on the column, click on the row, add a text and say choose category. And this is gonna be a bit weighty, so let's say these. And let's click on the row and give it some padding, 20 I think. And then here I can just duplicate it and click this and do this particular alignment. And then I'll say see all for these. I think I saw it in the design. Sell all. I think it should be see all. Yeah, so here I'll just come over here and put it like this. No, not alternate. Let's say this one. Still not it. Okay, well it might be it, but let's make it this. Yeah, it's okay. We will always adjust this a bit later. So see all. Then now we have these basic categories, beige, mountain, and let's see how we can do it. So here, and I think these are like, I don't know, should I say icons? But they're beautiful images. So let's come over here and create let's create a row first, and then we will add a container inside the row. I'm gonna say the width of this container is going to be like 150 for this first one. The height is going to be maybe 40. Yeah, and the border radius is gonna be 15, and this is, I think it's bigger than 50 as height. So let's come here and say 50. Yeah, it looks better now, I think. And then the fill color, we're just gonna say let's come here on the home and change this to secondary background. Okay, yeah, so it doesn't really show the color. Now we need it to have a border color. So the border color is going to be let's see, alternate. Yeah, so we have this, and then inside this we're gonna add a row, and inside this we're gonna have a container, right? Yeah, because if you can see here, there's this small outline here, so I don't know what's gonna be this size, but I know the height is going to be maybe 45 or maybe just 40. All right, and the width is gonna be like 50. Yeah, and then the border radius is gonna be 15, of course. And let's come over here and get the, I think if we come here to the component, we can get some styles. Let's see. Okay, yeah, okay, now I think we even have something here. So this is it. So we can get each of these. This is nice. So let's see how we can get the color here and paste it there. Does it work? Yeah, it does work. And then here we can just give it a padding of 8. Okay, 8 is a lot, so 4 might just be better. And then here we're gonna add a column inside it, and inside the column we're gonna add an image. The image is gonna be this, so it's 24 by 24. So let's come here and resize it to 24 by 24. Now that way we have the size of the image. We can come over here and export it. Okay, so we come here and say 2x and export it. So we have now this is not something I always like doing at all. Yeah, because let me try and see, because it's coming as a zip file. I don't like zip export files. Let's export these and see. It's still the same thing. So, well, this is a file, and I'm just gonna come over here. Let's click to see. All right, this is how it looks like. I'm just gonna, let's see here. Let's come over here. I don't know what that is actually, but let's say, I think it looks like a coconut tree. So, well, let's just call it beach, right? So let's come back here and say this icon is, I'm gonna rename it to beach. Okay, so I will come over here and click on this and say center align, and I will come here, remove this border radius, change this from network to assets, and click here, and I will be searching for beach, right? Now this is it, and now I have this image. Okay, for me I think this is good. This is perfectly okay, but I think the width of this container might be a problem. Let's go back to the component side, and I might need to check out the width. The width is 44 by 44. What was the width of this? Yeah, I see, 44 by 44. Yeah, something like this. So this is good. Now I have, I'm gonna add a text. It's going to say beach, and let's come back to the design area. It says beach here, and then we're gonna have 12. Okay, so I think that's pretty okay. And I might need to just readjust the width of the container. Don't forget we were guessing before, so let's say 120. Yeah, this pretty works, and I can now go ahead and say Command D to duplicate and Command D again to duplicate. No, let's leave it like that. Let's select this one first and click these and give it some padding. Let's look at it. So it has some space in here, so we can just say maybe 12. Yeah, and so this is gonna be mountain. So let's change here to mountain, and we will do all the adjustment of images much later. So, but I'm just going to okay, so this is supposed to be a scroll, supposed to be a scroll. And I think the next thing was, I don't know what this is. Beach, mountain, what could this be? I don't know what that is, but let's just say beach and then mountain, island. Okay, possibly. And so now I want this to be like a carousel. You can like slide through it horizontally. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna right click on these and wrap these in a I'm gonna wrap it first in a container. The container is going to have an infinite width and a height of 50, and it doesn't have any fill colors, so that's okay. And then the next thing I need to do is I'm going to go ahead and right click on the row and wrap these in a list view. Then I will say horizontal. Now that way I can scroll through these, which is just what I wanted to do. So with this now I can give this a padding of 12, I think, right? Yeah, maybe bigger than that, maybe 16. And that's it. So we have this like this. This is just gonna be like a filter. So this one is supposed to be longer than this, so I think this is going to be maybe 150 actually. Yeah, okay, so we have this, and the next thing we need to do is we need to just, okay, there's favorite and explore. I can just go ahead and, okay, there's a small challenge. I don't like the way this is. Yeah, so let's come here to this search and change the color of this. Maybe we'll just bring this down a bit to, I think 35 is okay. Yeah, and so let me see. Yeah, I think that's okay now. So we have that, and I would just click this to copy this, right? Command C, and then I paste this here, and this is going to be favorite place and explore. So I'll just click here and say favorite place, and this is gonna be explore. Okay, so we have that, and we have a couple of things that we just need to create, and the funny thing is that when we create them, we don't need to like bother so much. Now this is another thing, and if we come here, we can do that. Let's just create a role first. I'm just gonna click here and create a role. In the role, we're gonna create add a container. All right. Now after that, let's just copy this and click here and paste this here, so I can know that the next thing is popular package and see all. So I can say popular package, and then here will be see all. Okay, so let's come back to here. Now let's go back to component, and actually we are lucky we have these component here. Okay, so we have this, and I'm just gonna click on this and click to export this image. Okay, I have to click on the main image itself. Okay, this is the main image. All right, so let's see, why do I export the main image? Close this and click this to export, and it's previewing. Maybe 2x and export. It's a zip file, so let's call this Kuta Beach. I'm gonna click on this, double tap on it and open, and then let's call this Kuta Beach. All right. Okay, so let's go back. I'm gonna click on this. The size of this is 186 by 250. So that's gonna be the dimension of our container, 186 by 250. All right. Now it's gonna have a border radius of 15. I'm certain of that. Yep. It didn't show here. It didn't show the border radius for some reason. Wow. Okay, that's weird, but okay. All right, this is supposed to show the border radius with these, but it's not showing. Okay, so Kuta Beach, and then location, Bali, and all of this. So let's start with bringing the image. So if we come here, that was a container. So let's say background image, network assets. We click here and we will search for Kuta Beach. Yep. And I click on open, and it's gonna load up. And the next thing we need to do is we will click on this to add a column inside the container, and then we will add a row. In the row, we're gonna add a container. That container is gonna be made into a circle and should have like 30 pixel radius. That's gonna be for here. And then it's actually white, so we are fine. We will click to add a column, and in the column we're gonna add an icon. Okay, the column is basically to help us center align the icon. Yeah, so if I zoom in now, you get to see that the icon is on top, kind of, is not at the center of the container. So I put the column there so I can center align it. If I click this down and come down here, and I center align it, you see? Very good. So I click here and say heart, and I click here. I think I like this one, and it's gonna be red. And let me see the size. Okay, I think I can. The size of this circle is 32. This one is 16. So I'm very close to the correct things, So here I say 32, and here I say 16. Nice. So I'll go ahead and let's look at this. Now this is padded with a particular width. Let me hold down option key to see it says 20. Yeah, 20. So I will just say I'm gonna give it a padding of 20 on the column here, and I'll also do the same thing on the side. Then I'll click on the row and say this particular alignment, and let's do something else. I'm gonna click this and hold down option key on my Mac. I think you hold the alt key on your Windows laptop. Okay, so here is 16, and I'm just gonna say 16 here, and that way we have that already. And then the next thing we need to do is Kuta Beach, and then these. So I'm gonna click on this and add a row. In the row, I'm going to add a text. It's gonna say Kuta Beach, all right, and it's going to be white. White. Now I don't know why we're not getting something similar to this. I think at some point it was a bit gray. I will show you what happened there. Okay, so Kuta Beach, and let's see. So we have Kuta Beach. Let's see the dimension. It's a semi-bold and it's 20. So let's come over here and say semi-bold and say 20. And it's a Kuta Beach there, and then we have this one. So this is gonna be 16, and Bali is gonna be medium and 12. So let's go ahead and click here and add a row, because we want to add things inside them. And we are gonna say icon. All right, and we're going to say, we're gonna add a text here. It's going to say Bali, Indonesia. It's going to be white as well. So secondary background color, and this is going to be 12, right? I think, yeah, it was 12, medium and 12. So this is, there's no, okay, medium and 12. And then this is going to be location. Let's say font awesome. Location. I can't find the exact icon here for these locations, so I would like something that is unique, like that one. I like that one, but we can't find something that way, so I will just use this one. Okay, bear with me. I think it was 16, and here we would just use this, and I think that's about it. So I'll click on this and see how I can give it some padding from the top. It's 5, and this one is 101. So let's click on these and give it a padding of 101, and this is gonna be a padding of 5. Now what else do? We need to add these stars, these ratings. So let's go ahead and add the ratings. So well, we will find a way to get these done. Let me see. So let's go ahead and add the row first, and then we add the stars. So the stars is going to come from the icon. So, and I think it's going to be like 16. So we're going to click here and we'll look for stars, and it's going to be one with yeah, this one. Okay, so, and the stars, I think their stars are white. If were they white? Okay, they were yellow. Okay, so I'm gonna click on that and look for the exact color. Okay, it's not showing me the exact color, so I will have to click this one. What is happening? Okay, so I think I'll just have to go somewhere else where I found the color for the kind of yellow used here. So I don't know, do we go with this one? Yeah, let's just use this one. It's this one I used before. So we're just going to say this. Yeah, let's go back to design area. No, component actually. Alright, so let's go here. Okay, so there's some padding from here to here, so 5. We can always do that. So, but before we continue, let's just say Command D, and let's see the spacing in between the star ratings. It's also 5. So I'm just gonna put 5 here, and then Command D, Command D, Command D, and I'm gonna add a text here and say 4.5, right? Yeah, 4.8. This is a semi-bold 12. I'm getting that from here. And then it has a padding of 5. Okay, so I'm just gonna add a padding of 5 here. Semi-bold. Alright, and then we go to secondary text. For some reason it looks way bigger. I don't know why it looks bigger. Okay, the stars look, maybe I got the stars wrong. I think it's actually 12 by 12. Yes, the stars are not 16, they're 12. They're 12 actually. 16 is quite big. Okay, so click this, make it 12, and make it 12. Yeah, this way it's a bit better. So we can now say 5. Okay, so somehow we have created this. What I'm going to do is right click on this and wrap it with a container that is going to have an infinite width and an infinite height, and we're going to have a black covering for it, but now we're going to make it transparent. Now the reason is because I wanted the text to show a bit. I believe that's the hack around it. Okay, so there you go. Now we have this, and all we need to do next is we have our containers. Let me click on this and duplicate it, and now this duplicate is going to have a padding of 20 in between them, so let's just say 20, and I think that's about it. Okay, so let's add another one. So yeah, it's supposed to be scrollable like we did before. So let's come over here and see the height. So the height of this thing was 246, right? So we're gonna wrap these with a container whose width is infinite and whose height is 246. Okay, and now we click on the row, and then we're gonna wrap this with a list view, and we're gonna say horizontal. Okay, so that way we can actually scroll through this thing. Perfecto. All right, I hope you understand what we're doing now. And I see that there's a small error here because this one doesn't have a border radius of 15, and then we need to do the same thing with this one, 15, and then we need to do the same thing with this one, 15. So that way we have everything in place. So let's click on this container and give it a padding of 20. Okay, so we're good with this, and the next one we need to do is going to be this one. All right, and when we're done with this, we're technically like done with this page, except the bottom navigation, which we will do separately. So let's see how we can finish this up. Now in this particular one, we just need to go ahead and this is gonna be a long rectangle. Let's come here to the component. I think we already have that here. Yes, so let's come here and create the rectangle. Is 215 by 155. All right, so with time, when we are trying to work on the mobile responsiveness, we will readjust a lot of things. Okay, so let's go with it's just going to be a container, so it's gonna be 315 by 155. So this is gonna be 315 by 155, and I think it's also gonna have a border radius of 15. Okay, then it has a border color. It says the FFF. I don't know, could that be it? I think, yeah, this is the color of the stroke. So I'm gonna come over here for the border color and paste this, and so that's it. It gives us that border color. In fact, let's go ahead and work on the mobile responsiveness now. Let's make this width infinite. Good. And here we're just going to make the padding on the top 20. So we have here 20. Okay, so let's click on the main column and then come down here and make this scrollable so we can scroll this. Okay, That's like the idea. Let me reduce this so you can see. So now we have the container and we need to have this image. So I'm just gonna come here, click on export, click on this, change this to this, and click on this. So it's called package. All right. The height, the dimension is 86 by 116. So I will just say now, before we continue, see we have these and then we have these. So it's more like in a row, okay? So this is an image, then this is a column that has all of these things because they are stacked from top to bottom. So we are now going to have a row, and in the row we're gonna have an image, and that image is 86 by 116. So it's gonna be 86 by 116, and this the spacing in between on the left hand side is 16. Okay, so the image is gonna have a border radius of 15. We are trying to make that uniform. So the next thing is we will change these from network to assets. That's the image type, and then we will click these and then we will look for package. So we click this and then we upload. Don't worry, all of these things will come from database. And then here we have quota resort. It's semi-bold 16, and then we have the heart. So let's click on this row now, and then we're gonna add a column. In the column, we're gonna add a row. In the row, we're gonna add a text. Okay. Now here it's where we have this, and quota resort to semi-bold. I think it was semi-bold 16. Yes. So now this one is 20. So let's try to do that. Semi-bold 16. Okay. And since it's in a row, which is the reason why we did what we did, I'm gonna click here to copy this icon, and then just come here, click on let's close this, the row here, and paste this. And here I'm going to just click to change the heart type. It's gonna be this one. All right. And it's actually going to be a different color. So I don't know why. Okay, let's use no, it's not gonna be this type of stroke, but let's just use it for now. So let's use it for now. Okay, so now we have these. No, I just need these. Oh, it's not even identifying it. Okay, so what we're gonna do is gonna be quite interesting, right? So let me see. So this is going to be 12 pixel away from the image. So let's give it to the column. 12. Was that 12, guys, or 14? 14 actually. So this is 14, and these okay, we will figure this out. Let me see. I don't know why it's not shifting all through. Okay, so I don't know why it's not shifting all through actually. Okay, so let's see. Here I'm gonna add these. This is gonna be 245, medium 14, and red. So let's come here, add a row. In the row I'm gonna add a text. I'm gonna say these, and it's going to be medium and 14. Okay, so we're gonna come here and copy these, and we will paste this here. Okay, so I'm gonna click this and say this particular type of alignment, and let's see the spacing. It's like 5, but actually that's way more, I think. So let's leave it as 10, really. 10. And let's see, what else can we quickly do? Then we have these stars, right? And then we have the text here. So we can just copy these one here and click here and paste it here. There you go. But this is going to have to be black. So we change this to black. All right, that one is solved. And then here we have these, text, and it's regular and 12, and it has this interesting gray color. So let's come over here and add text, then paste it, then click this. It's not giving us what we want. Actually, I wanted it to like fall down, but it's not. I wonder why it's not. I'm going to just go ahead and wrap this in a row, and then yeah, that's like the idea. So then the row, oh, it's not allowing me to do that. Okay, for some reason it's still not respecting that. Okay, so now it's respecting it. So let's copy this and regular by 12. Let's come over here and regular normal means regular, yes, and then we paste this. Okay, so we click on the row and we find the padding. I think it's going to be 5, but I will make it 8, and then I will click on the column here and I will center align it, right? And this person here, I am going to, it's supposed to just go straight here. I don't know why. It's just giving me, I'm supposed to use this particular padding, but for some reason it's not working. Okay, now it's working like this. I did this and it's working like this, but it's giving me the weird kind of padding. I think it's okay, so I'm gonna just click this and say 20. All right, so yeah, that's about it. So now this is it. Okay, so I think we're good actually. Oh, it has this very big padding, so I think I'll just take this padding off. And is there any other padding I should take off? No, I think that's okay. So it gives me these. I think at some point we will adjust it a bit more, but for now I think it's just okay. Alright, so we have this, and I think it's just going to be, let's go back to the design area. It's like up down. So basically what happens is that while you're doing this, you need to also consider what happens at the back end. So I'm gonna take this off. All right, I'm gonna wrap these in a wrap widget in a list view, and I'm gonna give that list view 20 because we're gonna be using a list view later. You're gonna see it to query the backend and get these things to come out. All right, so yeah, but just so that we can have a similar design to what already exists, I'm just going to duplicate like that, Command D, and then just so you can just see it. Okay guys, so let's reduce this now, and we can actually preview it. With this you can get to see how it actually looks like. So here now you get to see how the whole thing looks like. It's really pretty. Yeah, so let's just hold them for a few seconds there, and we're gonna see how it looks like. So we're gradually moving from just having the idea, which was already in the design, to something really meaningful now. Okay guys, so this is it. We have this. Later on we will do some things like making this pinned up, and now we have this scrollable, we have this like this. Okay, all right guys, I hope you're enjoying this. We'll get to see you in the next part of the course. See you guys. Welcome to another part of our course, and in this part we're going to continue building our application. Now if you can see, we had already created this particular screen, right? And that's what we have here. I think I already previewed it here. So what we now have to create is this particular part, and then this one, and this one, and this. But the only beautiful thing is that there are several components that we have already created that we will just have to reuse here and there. So it's gonna be pretty easy. So what I'm gonna do right now is I'm going to create this one, and then I will create this one. So I think this is gonna be like the preview, the travel destination preview, and then this one is like the full description, right, or the full preview, and then this one is like when the user is trying to search for something, right? So let's go ahead and do it. Now we have this, so let's just come over here and go back to pages, and we will click on here to create a new page, and we will say let's create the page name. So here we're gonna call it trip trip location preview. Okay, trip location preview. All right, so here let's see, we don't really have, okay, well, we have this arrow here and this arrow, so well, we can do something, but I'm really thinking about the whole stuff. This particular image won't cover all of this, it will just stop around here. So I mean in the real application. Now let's we can take this off, right? We take the app bar off, and what we're gonna do now is we'll go back to the widget tree, and we'll click here to add a row, and in the row we will add an icon. So I'm just gonna add an icon so that we can bring in the arrow. So here I'm gonna say left, and then that way we can have an arrow going back here. So you see we have an arrow here. I can tap, okay, actually I forgot that we can't really get details. So here I will just give it let me see. Yeah, I'm going to give the padding of 20 pixels on the right to the main column. Do I need to do that for the left hand side? Yes. Oh, sorry, right hand side. Okay, so this is it, and then here I can just go ahead and duplicate this, click on the main row, and then do this. Okay, while I go ahead and change this particular icon to heart, with the hearts being this one, and I think it's red. So let's come over here to component and see if we can get a red color. This is not gonna give us the exact color of the red, but I think somewhere around here. Where did we get the previous red? I think we got it somewhere. No, I'm not sure we got it at all. So if we click here, we can't really get it. Oh, okay, yeah, so that's the idea. Just click on that, and then it's broken, and then you can now paste it here. So I'm just pasting this here, and what we need to do is go back to the design area, and I don't know, this is supposed to be like maybe 16. Okay, 24 was okay. Yeah, so now we have that. Okay, so the next thing we need to do quickly is, I think this same image is the same image here, it's just bigger. So we have it has the favorite place, and then Kuta Beach, and then the Bali thing here too. So let's see what we can do actually. We will copy some components from somewhere else as we proceed. So I will just put the very first thing that I can see here, which says so it's a row, then I put a text, and I think it says their favorite place. All right, so it's all capital letters. Okay, so let's see. Favorite place, and here it's actually very weighty, like it's thick, so I can change this to maybe extra bold. And then here I think there's an icon, so I just copy it from there and paste it here, and it's I'm clicking here to say check. It's one of these icons, so you see here, yeah, it has this other kind of design, so we might not have that one. It's a unique design, we might not have that, so we'll just use this one. And it's a yellow, so I don't really know, we have to go to the component, and then we can come over to this side, and can I get the yellow somewhere else around here? No. Okay, so I think I'll just get the yellow here from where I used to get it before. So I'm just gonna copy this, and then go back to design area, and I'm just gonna paste this here. Okay, so let's give it some padding, maybe 12, and let's reduce it to 16. Okay, so I'm gonna click here on the main row, and I'll give it some padding. You see, so it's a lot of padding, so let's say 150. Okay, now we have that. The next thing we need to do is the Kuta Beach, and then this Indonesia part. So let's go back to the previous thing. So we have home, so in the home we can just copy this Kuta Beach, and then we come back to trip location preview, click on the main column and paste it. And here we can just take off this padding. Let's see what we had here. So there's a small space here, so I think that space should be like 45. All right, and this favorite place, I think it's white. So let's try to make it white. So favorite place is white, and for us to be able to see what we're doing there, we need to go ahead and come to the widget tree. Then we go to the column. I'm gonna right click on the column and wrap the widget with a container, and then I'm gonna give the width an infinite width and an infinite height. Then I'll come to background image, I'll change network to asset, and then I will click here. I'm gonna be looking for this image. Alright, so we have this. Now that I have done that, this image is already here, but it's not giving me exactly what I wanted, right? You see here, if you see here, it's not giving me what I wanted. So if I do this, no, it doesn't give me. It's a bit stretchy, yeah, but there's nothing else I can do. This is it, and what I need to do is I'm gonna right click on it again and wrap the widget with a container. We did this before, and this time around I'm going to be saying infinite width, infinite height, and then the fill color is gonna be dark. Wow, okay, it's not giving me what I want. That way is not gonna work out. Sorry, let's undo that a bit. It's this one we're supposed to wrap. Right click on the column, wrap widget with a container, infinite width, infinite height, click on these, wrap it with black, and then we try to give it transparency. Okay, so I think 50, a unique value of 50 would just be better. Yeah, something like this. So we have the Kuta Beach, and I think this should be bigger, so let's say 35, and this is actually supposed to be smaller, so maybe 12, and let's make this bigger, 40, and here we have Bali, Indonesia. Let's go back to where we had home, and let's just copy this row and come here to trip location preview and paste it. There's no crime in reusing components. So here I can just increase this to 12, and now we're going to go ahead and say 100 people have explored. Okay, so we'll just click here, go to widget tree and add a row. In the row add, okay, I think we could have just like delete these and click on these and command D to duplicate, delete this icon and say, and click this one now to say 100 plus. Okay, that's most people have explored. Okay, 100 plus people have explored. Let's look at the size. I think it's pretty okay. Now we have these ones there. Now this is gonna be very interesting, right? Let's go ahead and do it. Now if you want to create that component, you're going to have to use something called a stack. If you observe here, we have this image on top of themselves. All right, so the only way you can put some widget on top of themselves is by using another widget called stack. And so with the stack, I can go ahead and add circle images. I don't know, should I use a circle image? I think I should use a container actually. Yeah, because circle image doesn't have a border radius, border color preferably. So these, and I think those circles are like 25. Yeah, something like that. I think so. I think they're bigger than 25. So let's say they are 30. They are 40. Okay, so 40. And I can come here and just right click and copy image address, and I can come here to background image and the network. I can just paste this here. Alright, so now that works. I just need to give the border a color. Alright, you see, now I have a border color. Now this works. I can click over here, and in fact let me click the row and do it like this. You see, good. Now what I need to do now is I'll go ahead and click on the container and duplicate it. Now when I duplicate the container, because I am doing a stack, it doesn't even respond to me. So what I'm going to do now is, what is the size of my container? It's 40. Now the reason why it doesn't show what I've duplicated is because it's stacked on top of themselves. So for me to make it show, I have to just give it this spacing. So you see, now it shows here that I have these now. So if you observe, this is how exactly this thing is. The next one is on top of the next one. Okay, so I think it's the opposite of what I just did. So let's remove these and click on the second container and put 20. Yeah, like this. So I'm gonna click on these and duplicate it. So then click on this one and give it 40. Like that. I think like that we get it. So duplicate again and click on this and say 60. No, just 60. Okay, so that way we have, okay, I think it's like 5. Then I can click on this again, Command D to duplicate. And what I will do next is I will just go ahead and then change this to 80. Alright, so this is just perfect, right? We can later on change the details here, so we don't necessarily need to be changing these images one by one. Now when we start the backend, we can adjust that. Now we have this particular line, right? So I don't really know what, I think this was supposed to be like a swipe, you know, but I don't have the content for that. So maybe later on we can try to create that swipe. Yeah, so let me come over here to the component section and see what is possible. Like, let me see. Okay, a resort is this was okay. So I will just let's go back to the design area. So this is what we need to do. Okay, so this is a lot of text here. So what I'm gonna do simply is I'll click here, click to add a row, and then in the row I'm gonna add a text. Let me just delete the text here. Let me just delete these and copy this text and click on the row and paste this, right? So, and then here I can just lorem, let's say lorem ipsum. So I need okay, so I'm just gonna copy something random here. I don't really want to start writing a lot of things, so I just put that there, and then I do this, right, and click on the row here, and I'm gonna give it some padding. I think 50 will do. Okay, and so I think that's about it. So I'm gonna add the star here and this other icon here. So let's go work that out. I'll click on the main column, and I will click to add a role, and in the role I'm going to add an icon. Let's just say icon, then I'll go ahead and search for star, and this is a good star. I think that star is going to be 16, and preferably the color is going to be the color here. So here, let's just go ahead and copy this particular color here and paste it here, and we can go ahead and click on the row and add a text that says 4.8, and it's going to be maybe bold, and it's going to be secondary white with some padding on the left. Let's say 4. I think that's about it. Then I can go ahead and go back to the design area, and then there's this icon here. So we can say, let's click here and copy this icon and paste it. I will use it for this particular, the down icons. I don't know, I can just search for down. It thinks I'm referring to download. So but here we have a down arrow, so we can use it, and it's actually white color, so I change the color to white. I'm gonna click on the row and go for this particular alignment, but now this is in the middle, it shouldn't be here, so I cut it out, Command X, and then I will right click on these and wrap these with a row. We've done this before, and then I paste this. Now we have it like this, exactly how we want it to be. I'll go ahead and say 60 here. Okay, and next thing is to have these and then the button. So let's come over here and just I think we'll just click here and add a row, and then in the row I'm just gonna copy this text and paste it here, and here it says 245.00 per person. So I think we're just gonna say here $245.00, and I will make these bigger. I think it's actually bigger, so maybe 20, and 245, but it's not bold. I think it's like medium. Okay, then we can click here and add a button. The button is going to have a yellow color, so I'll come back to component and copy these color, right, and then I will come over here and paste it in the primary fill color. The border radius will be 15. This is going to be called booking, right? So I'll come over here for the width and say 200, maybe 150. So right, we can change this to booking. All right, so booking, and the button, the color of the text is black, so I change it to black, and here I can click on these and say this way. All right, and I can now go ahead and see how to give it some extra padding. So here we can say padding here could be 150. No, not 150, maybe 50. So that's about it, but I think it's bigger than that. Here the button should be like 50. Okay, so we have that, and then we are gonna duplicate this. We duplicate these, and this is going to be per person, and we're going to try to make these to be normal and 14. Yeah, then I'll cut these out, Command X, click this, right click on it, and wrap the widget with a row and paste it. Alright, that way we have something similar to what we have here. Okay, so there you go, guys. Now we have this. Let me go ahead and give it some padding here and say maybe 30. Yeah, so then here I can just go ahead and change the color to white. Now this color is supposed to be red, but I don't know, here it's also red, I guess. So let's look for another heart. Actually, I think that heart is not it doesn't have a smooth area around it, so I think this one is okay. Okay, so this is good, this is pretty good, and this is what we are going to do next. So now this is done, and I believe that you have been able to learn a couple of things from there. So we will stop this particular part of the video here, and we will continue in the next part. See you soon. Okay guys, welcome to another part of our course, and in this part we're going to just build the other preview page. Okay, so this one is a bit longer and might be a bit tedious, but well, luckily enough for us, we already have some reusable components. So let's go ahead and work in it. We've created a couple of screens so far, really nice. So I will just go ahead and say trip location full preview. Very long name, but it's okay. So yeah, and then I'll delete these bar part off, and let's look at it. It has almost the same things as what we had in the previous one, so let's just copy this row and then we go to full preview and paste it. All right, now it's black color, so let's give this one a padding of maybe 20, and then let's give it a color black, and also let's click on it, go to widget tree, and we're gonna add a text. The text is gonna say Kuta Bridge, so let's say Kuta Beach, sorry, not bridge, and it's gonna be like bold and maybe 16. Now we're just gonna pull this one down just so that that can be in the middle, give the padding, the hearts a padding of 20, and there you go, we have something similar. And then here we have these, and we are just going to go and reuse some things that we had already created, and these looks like exactly what we had already created before, so like what we are supposed to create and add in the design. So let's just click on it, copy it, Command C, and go to this place and click here. Let's come here and look at it. Alright, this is where we just have to paste it. So we paste it and go to widget tree so we can see everything. Now this is like the height is longer, the width is full width, and let's give the column the padding of 20, and here 20, and if that's the case, let's remove it from here and here as well. Okay, then let's click on this and click on this, and here we will just say maximum width. Okay, and the height, here we have this check, so we will just we will click on this. Now we'll just click on the X here, the icon widget here, and cut it out, Command X. Then I will click on the container here and delete it, and then I'll paste this here, and then I'll click on this and go to check and come here, and then I'll pick these, and it's more like a yellow color, so I can come here and pick this particular color, and I can go ahead and just paste it. Okay, it looks very interesting, guys. So here we have a padding from the top, so let's give the column a padding of maybe 35, And then let's remove these padding here, and let's make this icon a bit bigger, maybe 24. Yeah. So then Kuta Beach, these, and then we now have 100 people have explored. Now we don't have that here, so let's just go ahead and duplicate this, and we're gonna take these out and take these out as well, because we want to go to that page that had that information. 100 people have explored, and we copy the text, we come over here and we paste it here, we go back to that one, and we have to find the main stack that all of these things were inside and copy it and go here to trip location full preview, click these and paste. And the cool stuff is it's supposed to be a bit smaller. Okay, let's click on the row and use this particular alignment. Good. And now we need a lot of space. If you observe, here and here is not so far as here and here, so we need to reduce this padding, and let's just say 50. Okay, so now in that way it somehow looks like this, and we're getting there gradually. So let's go ahead and click on the main container, go to the widget tree so you can see everything properly and know what to click, and then here we can say 24. Okay, and now that we have that, let's click here to add a row, and in the row we're gonna add what's included, so I can just copy these. I'm reusing things. Alright, so I pasted that, and I'll say here what's included. Okay, and let's say 24. Okay, nice. What's included, let's give it a padding of 30. Okay, actually this is a lot, so let's say 20. Okay, then we have these carousel here, and then a lot of these information here. So like that's the next thing we need to do. Let's go back to home, and I think it was in home that we had these carousel, so we just need to copy it. We're now reusing things, so we come here and copy the main container and come over here, go to trip full location, click on the main column here and paste it. Beautiful. Okay, so now that we have these, the next thing we need to do is let's go over to the widget tree and come here and change the color to secondary background color, so it looks beautiful like this. And then this one here is a plane, and that's flight, hotel, transportation. So let's change it here and say flight, and then we can say hotel, and then there was something else here, these, I don't know what that is, transportation. I really don't know what's there again, so I thought it's, okay, transportation. So let's click here, and then we're gonna try to make these longer, 180. Yeah, that works. Okay, so now in here we have to change these. Let's come here to components, and let's go over here, back here, and let's see. I thought we were gonna have the plane here just like we had the trees, but for some reason we didn't have the plane. There was a plane, but we didn't have it. We didn't have the plane. Unfortunately, there is no icon for the plane. I really thought that we were gonna have that here too, so we didn't have it. Okay, so we just leave that there, right? We will find our own icons to use, because come here to the design area, we're supposed to use this flight, hotel, so no problems, we'll figure it out. Now we have that, Of course it's scrollable because we just copied it from where we already worked on. So we need to just go ahead and copy these, Command C, Command V, and then we just say about trip. So I'm just gonna call this about trip, and the next thing I need to do is add the details of the trip here. So if I go back to the previous one, we had information here we could just quickly copy. So let me click on these, click on the row, come back to the page, and just paste this. Okay, so the text itself, I'm just going to go ahead and change the color to black. Alright, so there you go, we have some things. Now the next thing we need to have is going to be Command C, Command V. This is gonna be gallery. Let's click on this and change this to gallery. So this is the gallery, and what we need to do now, okay, gallery photo, right? So let's say gallery photo, and here we just have pictures of, you know, the place. So let's go ahead with making our assumptions. I'll click here and add a row, and in the row I'm gonna just add here I can just use an image, and the image is gonna be, the width is going to be maybe 100, and the height is just going to be, I think, the same thing, 100. And so here I can change it from network to asset, and then I would just click here and pick here. Alright, so then here I can just pick the border radius of 15. Alright, then we can go ahead and add some padding to this and say 12. Will that work? I think so, but we need something more, maybe 24. Click on the main column and make this scrollable so we can scroll when we need to. And then here I can just duplicate it and give it some padding, I think 20. Right, then padding again. Alright, so I think that's about it. And this one here is going to be, let's delete it and add a container. Yeah, container with a padding of 20, and then it's 100 and 100. Okay, that's fine. And the padding is 15. Sorry, the border radius is 15, and the background image, we change it from network to asset. I'm picking this one now. Okay, then I can now go ahead and, you know, click this to add a column inside it, and in this column I'm gonna add a text. The text says here plus 20, so I can just change here and say plus 20. I'm gonna change this to white, and then I'm gonna change this to extra bold, and I'll change this to 35. Then I'll click on the column and center align it. So this is exactly what I was trying to achieve. I believe you understand it now. Okay, the next thing we need to do is location. So I'm just gonna copy this and click on the main column and paste it. So we will now say location. Now with the location, we need to just click again, and I'm gonna be adding a map. I'm gonna be adding a map, a Google map. Okay, somehow it refuses to be added. Let's just say map. We have just there's a static map and a Google map. I need a Google map. So, but I think the Google map requires a fixed dimension. So I'm gonna add a container, and then I'm going to try to add the map there, because I don't know why it's not working. Okay, yes. So now my map is working. So all I just need to do is click this, click on my container. Let's look at what we have here. So this looks like 150, right? And then infinite width. So let's say the height here is going to be 150, and maybe we can just say 200. Yeah, 200, and then the width is infinite. And we can now go ahead and say, okay, so actually we're supposed to set up the map even more properly, but I think it's even giving us errors here. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna take off the map, and then I'm gonna use a random color, maybe alternate color. This is where I'll put my map when it's time, and I'm gonna just put let's say here 15. I don't really want to have errors in the project right now, and we can say here 12. Alright, so that's about it. Okay, so next thing we need to do is copy this command, not duplicate, just copy and paste, and then here it says review 99 and that. So we're just gonna click here and say reviews in bracket 99, and we can just copy one of these stars and click here and paste, and right click and wrap this in a row, and just copy the text 4.5 and click this, identify the row you wrapped it inside and paste it inside, and click on this now and use this particular alignment, and remember to turn this back into black. Okay, so that way we are doing something significant and good. Okay, so yeah, alright guys, so what we need to do now is just complete this particular page, and we are good to go. These other designs are just stuffs that we can just quickly do because we already have components. There are things that we've already done, and it's not going to take us a lot of work. Okay, so now here we have let's look at it, review, and okay, let's look at it again. Alright, so we have a picture here, so this is gonna be a row with this, all of this being a column. So I'll just click on these and add a row, and then in the row I'm gonna add a circle image. That circle image is gonna be 30, and it's going to be assets. I'll click here and pick there's no asset, so let's just say network, and I'm just gonna pick the image address here, and I'll just go ahead and paste this here. Perfect. I'll click on the row, I'll click on the column, and I'm gonna start adding rows in that column. So I just added a row, I'm adding a text now. So we have Yelena Belova, so we will now say Yelena Belova. Let's see, is it a thick font? Yeah, so let's say semi bold, and let's give it some padding, maybe 14. Alright, so here I'm just gonna, I think the next thing I'm gonna do is duplicate this, Command D, because we have something else here that says today. So I'm just gonna click on these and change these to today, and we'll come here and change it to alternate. No, alternate doesn't really work out for me. Secondary text. Okay, maybe secondary text might work, but at a 50% transparency. I'll click on these and then do it like this, and that worked, but I'm gonna have to cut this out. wrap this in a row and paste this. Okay, perfect. We have this working out for us, and that's for that first part. The next one is going to be even more interesting. Okay, we're going to have some, let's see, we have this row. Okay, fine, we have the column. Why did I put this in a column? Oh, let's see. I think I mixed up some things already. I think I did mix up some things already. Okay, so let's see. The whole of this is a row. The column is gonna be like 20. Yeah, I mixed it up there. We don't have to give it this padding, and we just need to go ahead and okay, today I think it's a spread and zone. Okay, so maybe we can just give a padding of 150, 80, 60. Yeah, okay, so like that. And we will change this a bit later when we're trying to get things running better for our application. So let's come here and change this to 50. All right, so now this works, but here we need to add another row and then add a text. Okay, and so we have these pretty nice. Well, we just have to come here and copy lorem ipsum. All right, so I'm just copying. Well, I think we should copy the real lorem ipsum, and then here, yeah, let's just why do we use it? Okay, no lorem ipsum. So I'm just gonna copy to an extent here. Okay, and then I'm gonna paste this here. Yep, and then click on the main column and use this kind of arrangement and click this. Oh, it doesn't allow me to. Okay, it doesn't even allow me to as well, so we need to make sure that the column itself allows for that, so that this one can allow for that. Okay, now we have this. It's a lot of text. I think at some point we could just take it off from here. Okay, so here I can say, let's give it a top padding and say go here, and we click here and click row and give it a padding maybe 20. Does that work? I think, oh, we needed some stars there. Okay, so we will still add some stars. Let's go pick the stars already. Let's copy it here and click here and paste the stars. So then let's cut this out here and rearrange them. All right, so I'm pulling this down here. Okay, so there you go, we have the stars, and that's perfect. Okay, so we have the row here, right? And this is supposed to come from the database, so I'm gonna go ahead and just wrap the widget at once with a list view, which is what we're gonna use in querying the database. Okay, so that way I can give it a padding here of 20. I'm giving the list view, yeah, just for proper arrangement. So then I'll just give those duplicates and say 20. Yep. Okay, now that way we have actually gotten a proper design of this particular page. Okay, not completely. Let's go ahead and come to where we have these, and we will just copy this one and come over here and click on the column and paste it. And so now we have this. Let me see what happens. So this is gonna be a red color. Let's go to the component and see where we can get a red color. Okay. I think we can get a red color here. Yes. So I'm copying this, and then here will be a red color, and I think here too. Alright, so we can come back to design area. Okay, this is actually gray, so this one is gonna just be gray, and maybe 50%. Okay, so there you go. We have this, and I can remove this elevation. Okay, so we have booking, and that's about it. Okay, so here at this point, actually we can from what I'm seeing, I think this is stocked to the bottom. So what we can do is we can take this off, cut this, right click on this, and wrap the widget in a card. The card is going to be roughly about 100 as the height, maybe 80, and then the width is infinite. The fill color is primary or secondary, as the case may be. Alright, and okay, this might work. I'm gonna cut this out. Alright, so I'm cutting the whole of this new arrangement that we just did. I'm cutting it out, and then on this particular column, I'm going to right click and wrap the widget with a stack. I'm gonna paste it. Okay, alright, this is a very interesting thing. What I did was, stacks are used in putting things on top of other things, like stacking things on top of different things. So what I did now is we have these two things, so we're stacking these two things on top of themselves. But now I have this property where I can click on this and say, okay, always be here at this point, and it will always listen. And so I can say here 150. Yeah, and we will always have this like this. So let's see here, 750. Let's see, let's say here is gonna be 25. Okay, and then here is gonna be 25 too. Alright, so like this is always gonna just get stocked here, and we can do the same thing with this, where we can right click and then wrap the widget with a container. The container is gonna have an infinite width. The height is going to be maybe 25, and the fill color is just gonna be secondary background color. And so we can just cut it out. Okay, so let's click and open this column, click on this, and click on the container and cut it out. And we can come back to the stack and paste it, and here we can close it. Let's look for the container. Yeah, this is it. So it's always gonna be fixed at the top. Then we can now click on this, and then this container, I can make this container 50. Alright, so here I can now say that 20 and add this 20 here. Okay, so that's about it. So that's always gonna be on top like that. I can make this a bit longer or taller, like maybe 40. Yeah, just so that it can make a reasonable sense. Okay, like that. I hope you have been able to figure out some really cool stuff that I've done so far. So let me reload this, and then we can stop at this point and complete the other screens. So let's just see what I have done. Actually, we have done this together. You know, you have been patient, you've been learning, so yeah, we've done this together. So let's go ahead and see what has happened so far. So this is it. This is what we have been working on. All right, we have this, and you see, that's the beauty of the design. Okay, guys, we'll continue from where we have stopped so far in the next part of the course. See you soon. Guys, welcome to another part of our course, and in this part we're going to just create I think we're going to just combine it, right? So we'll just create all the search here, these two screens, this one and then this one, right? And then at some point we can create the category, maybe not in this particular video compilation. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. I'll come over here and click on the create new page. Let's call it search, right? And I'm just gonna delete these, right? And here we have this, and I think it's safe to just go ahead and, where is it? Maybe we can just copy from here. Yeah, so let's just copy from there. Let's go to search. I copied it and paste there. Click here and delete these. Click this, and I can just change the alignment to this one, and I can give some padding to these. Let's say 50, and we can change it to search. So here we have search, and then there's a text box here, and search, just like we have in the home. So we can come to home and we can just copy what we had done here. So I told you guys already, we're going to be doing a whole lot of reusing the components. So here I'm just going to reuse as many things as possible. So I'm going to click on the column here, give it a padding of 20 on the left, 20 on the right. Because of that, I need to remove this one, and I need to give some more padding to this. So 150, preferably 20. Okay, so now we have search. So it says here search destination, so that's okay. Last search, I don't really want to type a whole lot of things, so I'm just gonna come back here and just copy this, come here to search and click here and paste it. It says the last search, right? Last search. So there's a clock and Kuta beach and icon for close. So I'm gonna just say a row, and in the row I'm gonna say an icon, like add an icon, and let's say time. So let's see, okay, this is it. We can use this, and we can use this. Let's see, maybe this one. Okay, let's go to secondary, and then let's use 50% transparency. Okay, and I think that works. And Kuta beach and then close icon. So let's come here, copy these, paste this here. Let me just right click on this and just wrap it in a row, then click this and cut it out. I know you know why I'm doing what I just did. So let's give it a padding here 12, and then let's say the Kuta beach, but I think it's just a normal medium, and then maybe this is like 14. Yeah, so like that. And then here I can copy this icon and just paste it here, and then use this particular way of padding. Click this, click to change the kind of icon and say close. We now have this. So if you observe, okay, it's a deeper color. So let's just go with our secondary text, and there you go. So we have these okay, so we have, excuse me, we have let me duplicate this. This is supposed to be Bali Resort. Click these and give it some padding, maybe 30. And then here I think we also need that padding. Yeah, Bali Resort Bromo. Okay, then I think it's too much. 20 should work. And then here is Bromo. Okay, so there you go, we have that. And then we have favorite. So we can click here and copy this and paste and say favorite place. Okay, place, and let's come back to home, favorite place, and explore. Let's copy this and come here to search and just paste this. Click on these and do it like this. Okay, now we have that, so we need to do this one here. Let's go back again to home and just copy it, but go to the widget tree, click here so you can identify where the main container that allows the carousel to work is. So I just copied it, come to the search, click on the column and paste it. Okay, so we now have these here and it's just perfect, just very perfect. So that's why I told you we won't waste time trying to create this one, because we already have components that we can easily reuse. Okay, so now this is it. The next thing we need to do is this one. Okay, so let's just go ahead and quickly, I think we already have something like this. I can't remember where we created this. Okay, yeah, we have it here. So we can just quickly like reuse it here. We can reuse it here. So let's come here and just duplicate this search. Let's call it search specific. Okay, search specific, and then here we can just delete these ones out. Yeah, we don't really need these ones. Okay, so here we just need to have here we have we found 4 trip in Bali, so we can write we found 4 trip in Bali. Okay, and then I think that Bali is in quote, so yeah, so we can say quote. Alright, so then we can now come over here and then put in the different things. Okay, so let's come here and come here simply, and I'm just going to, I think we already have it in a list view, so let's just copy that once from the list view and go to search specific and just paste it. Yeah, so here I'm just gonna come over here and change this primary to secondary. Alright, that way we know what we are doing. Okay, so there you go. We can have as many things as possible here, but we can leave these until we have a backend. Alright guys, so that's how far we can go with regards to the search screens. The next one will be to work on the category. So I hope you enjoyed it, and we will get to see in the next part of the course. See you soon. Welcome to another part of our course, and in this part we're going to be working on the booking section. Alright, so here when the user clicks on this particular screen, or sorry, a button on this screen, right? I think what is supposed to happen here is they're supposed to pick a date for the trip. So I don't really like the way this is done, right? So I'm just going to, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a pop-up screen, because this is actually a pop-up screen. All right, I'm going to create a pop-up screen, and it's going to be slightly different from this. So it's going to be a pop-up screen, then we will now go ahead and do the detail booking, and then these, and then these. So this is what I'm going to do. So when the user clicks on that button, booking, we're going to come to pages, and then we're going to click on this. We're going to create a new component, and I would like us to create the component from an existing template. So I'm going to click on this and say my theme, and we're going to just say date, choose dates. All right, so this is it, create component. I'm just going to delete these buttons and this one and this one. All right, so we have this, and here what I just want to do is I'm going to put I don't really know how to go ahead with these, so I think we should just have a text field here. Not really a text field, like a placeholder for a text here. Yeah, a text here, and then a button here, and then a text here, and then a button here. So let's go ahead and just say let's make a row, and then we have a text, and let's just say 20th May. This is a placeholder, 2024. Okay, and then here we're going to just go ahead, and I think I can just go to home and see, do I have a button? No, I don't. I need a let me go to this search specific. I don't like the way the screen is. I'm supposed to just change the color of the background color. Okay, better now. We will later on change the color of this search field background. Okay, so I'm looking for a button. Yeah, I just wanted to copy a button. So let's go to dates, choose dates. And so I'll click here, the row, and then I paste this. Then I'll just click to push them apart. So like this. So I can click here and say start. This is gonna be start date. Maybe start date. Okay, what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna remove the elevation so it can remove that black area under it, and then here is fine. Okay, so we have these. So let's make these a bit bigger, maybe 20. So start date, all right, and then we can go ahead and say let's duplicate it, and let's give it a padding of 20, and this is gonna be end date. Yeah, something like this. So I just prefer it this way. So start date, end date, then we can click here and say let's put a button. Let's use the same thing. Click here and just paste this here, and then we can say should it be a button? No, let's just make it a regular text. So I'm just gonna do this, and then I'll click on this, and then I'll just say continue. Okay, so here I'll just say padding is gonna be 25. Okay, let's click this and just center align it. Okay, all right, so this is gonna be continue. It's just a button. We might later on try to make it more interesting, like maybe make it maybe more beautiful than this, right? So yeah, we have this, and I think that's about it. So let's see, and let's go ahead and click on when we start backend. There are some things that we will need to change. Let's say this is gonna be 25th May. Yeah, I'm not pretty good at just making the UI designs, so but let's just leave it like that. Now we're done with this particular one, right? I will show you how we will use it. Then the next thing is to work on these detailed booking. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna work on all of these at once in just one video. Okay, so let's go ahead and say, let's create a new page, and here we're gonna say, what is here? Booking. Let's just call it booking. So booking, then the other one will be booking payment. So booking, and I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna go to I don't know, any of this, maybe triple. Okay, so let's go to search or category. Yeah, so category. So I'll just copy this particular row, and I will go to booking and click to paste it, and here is detailed booking. So I will just change this text to detail booking. Okay, and I will give a padding of 20 to the left and 20 to the right on the main column. Then I will delete these. Yep. Okay, so here I can just go ahead and just make it 150 like I did before, and I'll click on these and make it this way. It's too much, so let's make it I think we did 120, 100. Okay, yeah, this works. Okay, so we've created this. The next thing we need to do is this placeholders. It looks a bit easy, so let's get it over with. So data booking, member, ID card. Okay, so this is going to be let's click on these, and let's go to, I would have loved to, let's just do what we did before. I would just come over here and copy this text field. Okay, so I'm just reusing components, then I'm pasting this here, and I'm gonna come here and say it's gonna be person responsible. So I'm just gonna change it to person responsible, and here we have a name, Christian, and we can go ahead and just put up another one here. Let's say 30, just to push it down, and we can go ahead and duplicate it. I think the next thing was contact info. So I think we can even leave these things empty. So let's say contact info, then let's just remove the hint text. Okay, so that way, let's see, does it have, okay, yeah, considerable space. And then I think what we need to do is, what is happening? My screen is frozen. Okay, my screen is actually frozen, so let me just reload. For some reason, I think this is not loading. Okay, wait. So I think it's loading now, but let me just be sure that I have internet. Cat. Yes, I have internet. So what could be the problem? I think that just had a little issue. It must be loading soon. Okay, let's say exit page. Let's see if this is gonna load up quickly. But that simply means that what I had done somehow, I don't know at what point it had saved to. Let's see. Okay, I think it's loading up now. Okay, so let's go back to the, okay, so I think everything is still there. Okay, so let's click here and remove these padding. This is what I wanted to remove, and remove these as well. Since we already have padding on the main column itself, so there's no need for this. Okay, so we have contact info, and we can even remove this Prestia part here. Just remove it like that. And the next thing we need to do is, from the design, I see here it's a drop down Okay, so we will just click here and say drop down. Where is it? Okay, so here it is. We have drop down, and I'm going to just go ahead and remove the background color. Yeah, so the background color is going to be, okay, let me just go ahead and give this background color secondary white. Okay, that way everything is good now. Then here it's going to have a border radius of 15, so I'm looking for where I can have that border radius. Okay, here it is, 15, and let's give it a, let's make the width maximum padding, maximum width, and here it says member, so let's change this to member. Where does it say? Okay, here, member. Okay, so here we can now add the different details to member. Okay, you can just say please select member. So then we can have here option 1, 2 members, or 3 members, 4 members. Okay, so as many as possible. So, and then I'm just gonna give it a padding of 20 as well. I think we used 30. So yeah, just for uniformity's sake. And then here we have the same thing, type ID. Okay, so we will say Command D to duplicate, and then we will say type ID. So we can say type ID. So here we can just remove these ones. Here we say national driver's license. We can say passport, or we can say utility bill. ID now. Driver's license, voter's card, I think. Okay, so we have these, and the next thing we need to do is number ID. So we would just go ahead and just copy one of these, click here and paste it, and then we would change the name to number ID, and that's it. So what we need to do next is this part. So we have this part. So there is a how do I put it? This is a progress bar. Yeah, so we will just put up this progress bar, and let's do this here in the column. I'm gonna wrap this entire column with a stack, right? And on the stack I'm gonna add a container. The container is gonna have an infinite width, and the height should be like 80. Okay, and we already had something like this, so I can just go find it and bring it in. Search specific. Yeah, let's go find it and bring it in. I'm looking for, where do we have that button? Okay, so we have it here. So I'm just gonna copy this, and we go to the booking and click on, no, let's go to the widget tree first, close this one, click on this one and paste it. So now this is it. So this is gonna be payment method. So let's change this one to payment method, and we're just gonna switch places. So this is gonna go here, right? And this is gonna be total. Okay, so we're just gonna write here total. Let's write there total. Let's come here and say total, and here we will just give it a 4, and let's see, that's some space there. Yeah, so we click here and then we give it 20. All right, okay, so we can now go ahead and click on this container, and we can click on this alignment to bring it to the bottom. So here you see it here at the bottom. Okay, And then the next thing we need to do is add this progress bar, and somehow the progress bar is on top of it, so we would just leave it there as well. So here we have a row. The progress bar is supposed to be on top of this row that contains all of this. So for that to happen, we need to wrap it in a column, right? Wrap it in a column, so we can now go ahead and put a progress bar. Okay, so progress bar. All right, now this is gonna be our progress bar. It's gonna be above, so I drag it down like this. Don't worry, it's gonna come out really nice. So we have here the progress bar. Let's just say 50%. That's okay. And then it's not circular, we want it to be linear, so it's just straight up like that. So here, how many are there? So I think we have 1, 2, and process payment. So 1, 2, 3. So let's say this is 50%. I don't know. Let's see. What do I have here? Let's say width is the width is let's say 400. Okay. Yeah, and then the thickness we can just make this 5, and then the color is black. Okay, so that way, yeah, that's exactly how it is. Okay, so we have these like that, and I think that's about it. Let's go ahead and create the next screen. We would just go ahead and come back to page and duplicate the page. Click here and say booking. Let's see, booking process payment. Booking select payment. Let's say booking select payment method. Booking select booking payment method. Yep. Okay, so here we can now say payment methods. So let's change this one to payment methods. All right, and we don't need all of these things, so we just need to delete them one by one. Okay, so we take them out. Okay, so we have this is gonna be a container that contains these, or the checkbox, and these icons. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the widget tree. I'm going to add a container. The container is gonna be infinite width. It's gonna have maybe 80, and then it's gonna have a border radius of 15, and it's gonna have a border color. They're using green here, so when it's selected it's green. So let's come over here and see if I can find a green color. Okay, so I think this is it. So this is a green color, so I can just click here and copy this. Let's go back to the design area, and then I'm gonna paste this as the border color. There you go. So we have green, and inside this container I'm gonna put a row, and inside the row I'm gonna put an image. The image is going to be the image of the MasterCard here. So I'm gonna say this is going to be 50 by 50. I think it's pretty big, so let's say 30 by 30. Yes. Okay, so we don't need a border radius for that. So let's come here and say master. Let's go to flat icon. All right, so flat icon, and then let's say MasterCard. So MasterCard, and we're gonna have an image from MasterCard. Well, I don't like this ones. No, I don't like these ones. Okay, so they're not giving me what I want, so I would just search for MasterCard image. Yeah, something like this. Yep, this one works. So I'm gonna right click on it and copy image address, and I will come over here and paste it and see if it works. Well, it does work. Let's click this and see. It does work, but it's too small. It's too small. So let's come over here to images, and okay. Now this one is gonna work even better. So I'm clicking on this. Just a few seconds. I don't know. I think it's loading. Yep, it's up. So copy image address and come here to traveling. And nope, I'm not trying to search anything. Okay, yeah, this is it. It gave me what I wanted. So now I click on this. Let's give it some padding, maybe 15. All right. So now we can go ahead and say credit card, and then we put this. So I'm gonna say add a text. The text is gonna be at least a padding of 20, and say credit card. And the next thing is gonna be that checkbox. So I think we have a place where we already had a checkbox. I can't remember where. So I'm trying to see how we can just reuse components. This was a checkbox? No, it was an icon. Did we have a checkbox? Yes, we did. So this is it. So I'm just copying this and I'm coming here to booking payment method. Where is it? Okay, great. So I'm gonna click on the row and paste it. Then I'm gonna click on this. I think I'm gonna just go ahead and do this. Give it a padding of 20. All right, it doesn't need this padding. Okay, so now we have these, but it's supposed to be closer to this, so I'm gonna just cut it out. Click on the image, right click on it, and wrap the widget in a row and paste this. So now it's just perfect, but this guy is not circular. So I'm going to go ahead and try to see how I can make the border radius even more. Let's say 50. Yeah, that's it. So that's the border radius for this. And then we have this, but it's green. Okay, so let's come here to this point and copy the green color code, and I will click on this. For some reason I think it's can I make that bigger? Doesn't, I don't think so. So I'm just going to say here, paste this and paste this here as well. So yeah, we have that. Okay, so we have these design, and let's see, is there anything else we need to do? Okay, we just have to complete the rest. So here was 80. I think I could just make it 60, right? So I'm going to go ahead and give it some padding on the top, 30, and then I'm going to duplicate it and again, I think, yeah. So this is gonna be PayPal, and I don't know what happens when the user clicks on add more. There's no design for that, so let's just leave it like this. We will change this later. So let's call this PayPal. Let's call this PayPal, and let's say PayPal image. Okay, so I think they're using just the main picture, so I'm thinking this one will it come out well? I think I'll use the one from GitHub. Copy image address, and I'm just gonna paste this. Okay, so PayPal is there. Then let's just go ahead and say Apple Pay. So Apple Pay, and I'm gonna say Apple Pay logo. Okay, so Apple Pay. Do I have something just like this? Oh, it's just Apple logo. So Apple logo. Okay, so Apple logo. So I can use this one. I'm copying their image address, and I can come over here and I can paste. There you go. Okay, yes, that's it. So we are going to use conditions to get this to work when we are doing the backend. So don't worry why it's all green. Okay, so here we can just go ahead and make this one maybe 0.75. Yep, 0.75. Okay, and let's see, the last one. here. Yeah, so let's just say this is gonna be the next one here. So you click this and then you just put the card number. Yeah, so this is more like this is an image, so I don't know, we are not going to be doing it like this, right? We're supposed to just use actually this is just for design's sake, right? So what we are really only gonna use is supposed to be stripe. Okay, so there's no need designing something we want to use. What I'm gonna do here is I will just change these to stripe. Let's say stripe logo. It's pretty easy to use stripe, so I will just say stripe logo. So let's do this and copy image address and just paste it here. Yeah, so but it doesn't really make sense because let's just say stripe. Let's just change this stripe. Okay, now this one it should be bigger, like, you know, let's say 80. Yeah, well, okay, so I think that's okay. Let me see. Yeah, this is fine. All right, so let's see. So when the user clicks on that, there will be no need for this page because there's supposed to be like a pop-up that comes from there, and you know, you just add the details and that's all. So let's say the next one is you select this and then this is supposed to be, oh my goodness, let's see, there's some spacing here. Let's give it some padding of 14. Yep, should be a bit away. Then this is gonna be make payment or complete payment. Make payment. Okay, so make payment. All right, and the next thing we're gonna just do quickly is these successful page. So what we need to do is we'll just go ahead and click on this, add a new page, success full, and then we change this, remove that, and here it's just an image here, booking successful. So let's put an image first. Let's put an image here. It's supposed to be like maybe 100 by, no, 200 by 200. Yes, let's right click and wrap it in a row. Okay, so then let's center align it. Okay, that's an image there. Then we're going to go ahead, I don't know, do we have let's come here to the component side and see if at all we have the success image. We don't. No, we don't. I actually did like the image they used for their success image. It's actually really nice. So, but we don't have success image. Design area. This coconut stuff is really nice with their yellow stuff. So let's say flat icon. No. Let's go to here and say no, I need something else. I need like a vector image. Payment successful vector. Payment. So payment successful vector. Okay, payment successful vector. Most likely not gonna see what I want. So let's go to Lodi. For some reason Lodi doesn't work in my location, so I have to turn on VPN. And yep, it's working now. Let's say payment successful. Okay, so payment successful. I have entered. Let's go. Show me what I want to see. Okay, so I have a couple of designs here, but nothing really looks so cool. Okay, I think I like this one, and maybe this one too, but I needed something more simpler. Let's go to the next page. Okay guys, this is how you can get some animations for your application. I'm really not gonna waste so much time trying to get the right thing, so I'm just gonna click on something random. So this is the one I'll go for, and then I will just I'm expected to edit the opening Lodi editor. So I just want to edit it and then change the color to yellow, and that way I can now use it. So here I'm going to go ahead and just copy this color, then go back here, and I already did that, so it's opened here. And let's see, this one, where is the color? So give me this, and this one, give me this, and let's play. Oh, it still gives me the other color. Alright, so this one, go. So let's see what it does. Okay, so something like this, and then when I'm done with that, I can just go ahead and say save, and then I can use it. It's loading up. It's gonna show me what I have saved. It's uploading, and then after that I can see it. Okay, so this is what I just did, and I can where is the part where hand off and embed? I'm supposed to now use it, but I can't find where I'm supposed to do that. This is it. Come on, what's going on? Alright, so yeah, this is it. Asset link. Okay, so let's copy this link and then we bring it here. We have to delete this, and let's add a Lodi animation. Alright, so Lodi animation is added, and I'm gonna paste what I did. Oh, it's saying Lodi.host. It's not giving me what I need yet. So enable asset link. Okay, forgot to enable that, and now that I've enabled it, I can copy this and I can paste it here. Okay, perfect. So here I can just go ahead and make it 200. Alright, and we can go back to design area and say booking successful, get everything ready until it's time to go on a trip. Okay, let's click to add a role like we always do, and we add a text, and then we say booking successful, and we're gonna make these extra bold, maybe 45, and we will click on this so that it can come down like this, and we can say 20. No, let's give the padding to the main column 20 and 20. Okay, that way we have this. Okay, booking successful. It's pretty bolder than what we have in the design, so let's make it 35. No, 40. Okay, so, and now I can go ahead and give it some padding. Let's say 20. Alright, no, it should be more than that. Let's say 50. And we're going to go ahead and just duplicate this and say get everything ready. Get everything ready until it's time to go on a trip. Until it's time to go on a trip. All right, so we have that, and we would just go ahead and reduce this back to maybe normal, and we make these 14. Pretty much it. So maybe not 14, maybe 16, maybe 20. Okay, so then we can go ahead and just give it this one, and let's make these padding half. Okay, yeah, so this is it. I think this works. Yeah, this works, and we can just go ahead and go find a button to copy. Let's change the color of the background here. Okay, so I don't know, can we make this loadie bigger? So yes, we can make the loadie bigger, maybe 250, and that way we just need to remove this and make it 100, and then this here we'll just make it 150. Okay, perfect. All right, so let's go back to where we can have a button. Yeah, I just wanted to get this button. Command C, and here I think I gave it a padding of 14. I think, yeah, I did that. So successful. Let's click these and paste this here. And what does it say? Explore other places. So let's change this to explore other places. Okay, so here I'll just give it a maximum padding and maximum width. I don't know why I like to call it padding. And then I'll give these 50. All right, so this is it. I think I should make these bigger. Oh, it's already 50, but it just looks bigger here. I don't know why. Well, it's okay. So we have explore other places, and that's it. We're done with the design for the booking pages. All right, so I hope you enjoyed what we have done so far. We have done a lot of work in a very short time. Let me show you what we have successfully achieved. If we are to explore and preview what we have done a good number of pages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Man, that's amazing. 14 pages, and we're building a beautiful application. So this is it, booking successful, and you know, we have this. You see all these beautiful screens that we have. Now the next thing we need to do is actually just to add some backend to that. Let's come to search, right? I think that search needs the scaffold to have a secondary color. Yes, yeah, it was looking dull here, so let's check. You know, we're doing some really pretty good work here, for real, pretty good work. All right, I hope you've enjoyed you know, learning with me and having me as your instructor. Okay, let's end this particular section now, and we will continue the next part. See you soon. Welcome to another part of our course, and in this part we're just going to do a whole lot of heavy lifting. We're going to be doing the whole of these at once, yeah, so that after these we can begin back end. So let's go ahead and then start with this one. Well, the thing is, we have a lot of things that look like, so let's just create this one. So let's call this my trip. Let's create a page, and the page will call it my trip, my trips. Okay, my trips. And I'll delete this, and I'll just come back here and look at it. So it says list your trip, or well, we will always change that later. So I'll come here to the widget tree, come here, add a row, and I'm gonna add a text and say list your trips. Okay, and this is going to be like extra bold and maybe 35. Let me see what we have here. It says list your trip, trips, should be trips. Okay, so I'm clicking on the column so I can give it padding for left and right. And after this, I need to go back to where I have the home page so I can just copy this search field. We will just be reusing components. So I'm coming over here to my trips, click here and paste. There you go. And now I have that. The next thing I need to do is just this one, then I'll duplicate it. Well, somehow it looks like there's some sort of cut here. I don't know how we're gonna achieve that. So I think this would have been cool if I told we could have the image here, but I can't get that image. Would have just used it as a background image in the container, but I don't have access to that. So let's see if at all let's just create the basic stuff, which is just this. So I'm going to click on the main column, go to the widget tree and click on this and add a container. The container is going to be infinite width. The height is going to be maybe 150. Right, and then it's going to have a border radius of 15. And I'm just going to go ahead and add, this is going to be a column, Kuta Beach, and then the money. So let's say this is going to be a column. And then I'm just going to add, let me just add the text at once. So it's going to be here, Kuta Beach. I think it's going to be like extra, maybe bold, and then maybe 20. No, 16. All right, let me click on the column and then give it these, alignment to the left. And I can give a padding of 20 there and maybe 20 from the top, possibly 20 below as well, 20 everywhere. I would have just clicked on this to make that. Wait, so I did that, and then the next thing is to do this. But I think I can just cut this out. I want to just reuse components. So I have the, money here. So I can just come back to this, go to my trips, click on this and paste it. All right. So I have it like that. I have to give it some padding and then an icon and then the date. So let's give it some padding of, let me see, what did I do there? Okay, great. Let's say 14. All right, then I'm gonna just go ahead and add a row in this case, and then I'm gonna add an icon, and in the icon I'm gonna add a calendar. So I don't know, I think we should just find something on font awesome, and I think we can pick any of this really. So I'm picking this, and it's gray, and 20 is good, but I think 16 is perfect. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and give it some padding, maybe 14, and then here I'm going to add some text, which is going to just be the date. So let's say 20th, I think, just write it like this. No, let's see, 13 June. Okay, let's just say 20th May 2024 to 25th May 2024. Let's give it a padding of 8. Okay, I think that works. All right, so here we can just come over here and change these to like let's make these 50%. Okay, so that's 50%. So I'm copying this color code and I'm gonna give it to the text. So there you go. Okay, so now we have that, and we're good. The container itself is not supposed to have a fill color. Okay, well, it can have, although the main scaffold's color is gonna be secondary background. So now we need to give these a padding. No, let's wrap it first in a list view widget, and then we give that one a padding of 20. All right, that's perfect. And now let's click on the container and give the container a border color. This will just do. Okay, so we have that. I think it's fainter than that, so but I think we can try to make it even more fainter than that. Maybe 20. Okay, yeah, something like this. Okay, so we have that Kuta beach, and do we have anything else there? No, we don't. So I'm just gonna click on this and center align it, right? Yeah, so that's about it. Do I have that? No, I don't. So center align the whole thing and we're good. So with this we can always, like, duplicate, although this is gonna come from the database, but let's just do it so that we know that, okay, yeah, this is how it's gonna look like. But the thing is, let's see, this is gonna be like my trips, so it doesn't need a back arrow and all of that. So cool. So we're done with that. We will soon work on the footer, right? Yeah, because we need to be able to do this. So yeah, I think they have different. Okay, when you click on that, it shows you that way. Wow, I like it. So we're gonna spend a lot of time doing the bottom nav. We will use some really interesting things. Okay, so now there you go. And what we need to do next is very interesting. Okay, so we're going to just go ahead and let's see what we're gonna do. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Okay, so all right, that was fun. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is going to be the wish list. Yeah, we're gonna just do everything at once, and then from there we do the bottom nav in the next video, and then we start backend. Okay, so here we have the wish list. So I think what we just need to do is duplicate this this page, all right, and call it wish list, all right, and I'll call this wish list. So wish list. All right, that's perfect. Okay, it says your wish list. That's my wish, and it could be my wish list too. Okay, so now we have this, and we don't need this. So I deleted the whole of that list view. Now we have to go get something that looks like this, and I think we have a page that has something like that. So let's go look for it. Now let's see. Okay, it's like my trips. No. Okay, so what am I looking for? I'm looking for trip location. Full preview, right? Come on, where is it? So we have category. Yeah, I think this is it. Category, yeah, this is it. So I'm just gonna click on this list view and copy it, and then I'll go to what is that? It's called wish list. So I'm gonna click on the column and then paste this, and then I will go to the widget tree, click on the main scaffold, and okay, it's already in a secondary column. Okay, well, we duplicated the page, so yeah, true. Now this works out for us, and then we have these already. The next thing is for us to create this. So it says here personal information, notification. So it's just one button, one page that has all of these things. And this is, well, this is actually pretty good because this page is very important so that we can lock our user out. Yeah, so let's come here to, I think we had that somewhere. Let me see. We had it just here. So let's just quickly create that. This profile, I think this is the only page and this one that is left. We will do this one. I think this is notification. Yeah, so I think it's okay. Your ticket is ready. Promote travel. All right, and then this. So let's just quickly create it. So we come over here to FlutterFlow, and we click on here and add a new page. Let's call it profile. I like that. And then we will just go ahead and say your profile, right? And then we bring these in. So let's come over to the wishlist place. I'm just gonna copy these and come here, click here and paste it. And then I'm gonna go to the home page, right? And I will just copy what we have here. Copy, come here to profile, click here and paste. So I'm gonna click on the column and give it the padding 20 and 20, and I will just adjust things from here. So this is bigger, so I think we're gonna make this bigger. So this is gonna be like maybe 50, and this one is going to be wrapped in, let's come here to the widget tree and see how it looks like. Okay, we're gonna wrap these widgets in a column so we can actually duplicate this and have it stacked like that. So we can put this other one. So this is like location, Semarang, Indonesia. So Semarang. So let's say Semarang, Indonesia. Okay, so then we can come over here and then maybe use this particular, yeah, towards the end we will just try to polish it up a bit. So I'm doing these. We can remove the padding here, all right, and remove it here as well from the text, and just give the entire padding to, let's see how much padding that looks. Let's give it an entire 20. So we're giving 20 to all of this. Yeah, so that works, and we have to give a padding of 25 here. Perfect. Now we have this. We have to just click on this to make it bolder. So let's make these bold. All right. So hello Pristier. Nice. So now we need to create this container text and icon. So we will just click on the column, click on this, add a row. No, we just need to add a container. So we add a container. The container is going to be an infinite width. We're going to make it maybe 50, all right? And it's going to have a border radius of 15, all right? And we're going to go ahead and put a row inside it. And in the row, we're going to put a text. And this is going to say personal information. So let's say personal information. We'll give it a padding of 20, and we'll click on here and add another icon here. We'll just add an icon, and we'll click here. Let's give a padding of 20 to that icon on the right, so that when we go ahead and do this alignment, it will be this way. Now I have to change this to profile. Come to font awesome. Wow, it's not giving me what I want. We need to find a nice profile icon. So, well, we don't really have really cool ones here, so we just have to make do with what we have here. So I can't find anything that I want, so I think I'll just make do with these. Alright, so that's what I'm using. I'm gonna click on the profile here and come here and change this to secondary so that it matches. But that simply means I need to also go ahead and change the border color to secondary text, and I need to make it 50%. Okay, so that way it looks good. So let me see. It's a bit, it's too obvious. Let's come over here and see what we can do. So I think this one works. Let me find the exact color. Okay, so this is it, E8, E8, E8. I think that's what we should have been using. So let's click on the container and paste this. Yes, yeah, this is milder and really convenient. So let's make these 20. Okay, so we have that, and let's see other details in our, so we have notification, FAQ. So let's just look at it. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We have 6 different parts here. So let's make it let's make this 60, right? Yeah, and then I'm gonna just say command D1. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so this one is gonna be notification and FAQ. So let's come here and say notification, And here I'm gonna say FAQ, frequently asked questions. And here is going to be dark mode, language, and logout. This is gonna be dark mode, language, and logout. Okay, so logout, let's see, does it have an icon? Nothing is there, so I will just follow what they're doing and just take these off. Language, let's look for an icon for language. Okay, so language, I think I'll just use this. Does it have a specific color? No. Okay, so language, I saw something. So language, yeah, so we have these. So language, dark mode, this is not an icon, this is a toggle button. So I'll come here and say toggle, so it's more like a switch. Yeah, so I'll use this. Okay, so then I will come here to FAQ. What are they using? Chat. So let's say FAQ. Didn't have that. Okay, let's say questions. Okay, let's say chats. They don't really have really nice chat. This is like multiple people chat. So let's use this one, FAQ. And notifications, it's gonna be a bell. Notification, it's gonna be a bell like this. Okay, so I think we are good. And the next thing we need to do is we can just quickly do this one such that when the user clicks on this logout, it's gonna bring up a pop-up. So let's come here to these and click this and add no, it's not a page, it's a component. So I'm just gonna pick okay, I'm gonna just pick a random component and say my theme and say logout. Yeah, so logout, and I'm gonna delete these out and then these out and these out. So now we're gonna say logout. Are you sure you want to log out of previous account? So let's come here and add text. Yeah, let's just put it in a row and say this log out, and let's make it bold, and let's make it 16. Then let's center align it. Let's look at what is happening there. Log out. Are you sure you want to log out of previous account? So let's duplicate this and say no, I don't think we need to make it a text. This one is going to be let's say text. It's gonna be a rich text. So yeah, rich text, that means we can manipulate different things that we're writing. So are you sure you want to log out of Prestia's account? Okay, so here we can just give it a round normal. Okay, so here let's see, how does that look like? Okay, it's even gray. E8, E8, E8. I think we can use E8. So here is normal, but wait, why do we have that? Okay, I can click here to get these. It's gonna be normal, and it's going to be E8, E8, E8. Uh-oh, that didn't work out. So let's click on this and use secondary text. Okay, and let's just make these 16. Yeah, so maybe 20 actually. So then let's go back to rich text, and then here in this one I'm gonna click on this and make it 20 as well. Okay, and make it bold. Pristia. Well, let's see what we did here. So Pristia Sandra's account. So just going to Pristia Sandra. Okay, so this is basically using, you know, rich text. Let's go back. Then we can just add another one and say account. All right, so that way we can just come here and say 20, and we still use secondary text. So then we can now come back and we will do this so it can come down. And let's see here. So let's give it some spacing and put a question mark. All right, so that way we have what we want. We just need to give it some padding. Let's say 25. Okay, then it's even center aligned, so let's see, can we do that? Yes, we can do that. And we have a button here that says cancel or log out. So we can come over to our home. Let's say we can find a button in home. We don't have there. So let me look for a button. I'm looking for a button. Okay, so we can copy a button here. And now we can go back to our profile. Nope, it's a logout. Okay, click on this and paste this, and we're gonna put it in a row. So I just had to right click and then wrap it in a row. And now I'm just gonna go ahead and duplicate this. No, not like that, just the button. Let's go over here to this and just say, wait, why is it behaving like that? This is the row here. It didn't work. Like I didn't wrap it in a row. I was trying to wrap it in a row. Okay, now it worked. Okay, so we can give it 25, and here let's change these a bit. From the fill color being these to secondary background, and then the border color being border color is gonna just be E8, E8, E8. All right, and this is gonna say logout. Let's see, no, logout and cancel. So we can just say this one is gonna say log out. Okay, and this one is gonna say cancel. Okay, so let's try to remove these padding here, and maybe this one, it's okay, so we just need to center align it. Let me see, how is it here? Okay, so we have them like that. I think what they did is this in their design. All right, and I think that's pretty much okay, really. Yes, so we leave it like this and click on the main column and center align it, so we have something like this. Okay, yeah, so what we can actually do is try to make these maximum width. We can make this maximum width. Oh, it crashed because we need to first of all say we want it to expand, and we're saying maximum width. And then this one we can say we want it to also expand by clicking this, and we want maximum width. Yeah, that way we have something like this and it makes even more sense, right? Okay, so that's about it. When we are testing each part, we will, like when we're implementing the backend, we will see how all of that connects. So now we have this one here. So I'd like us to do that because we will need it. So I'm creating a new page called notification, and it's going to have an app bar. So we're going to change this to notification, and this is going to not be this color, it's going to just be white. It's it's not gonna have any elevation, so we're saying 0, and this is going to be black, yes, and this is going to be black as well. Okay, so now we have that, and the next thing we need to do is begin creating our page. So it says here today, we just have to add a role, and in the role we're gonna add a text that says today. Okay, today, and I think it's gonna be bold and maybe 16. All right, so let's click to add a padding on the column. So we're saying 20 here and 20 here as well, and we can just add a padding here and say 25. Okay, so I think it's more than 25, but it's okay, let's leave it like that. So here we have an image. Okay, so let's come over here to the component section, whether we will see something like that. I don't know whether there is a label for that, but I don't see that. I don't see that at all. So let's see, do we have anything like that in this other side? No, we don't have that either, but we do have these for the bottom nav, which is cool. Okay, so we don't have for, let's go back to design area, we don't have these. Okay, so let's just go ahead and we will just make it very basic then. Click on these and add a row, and in the row we're gonna add a column because we want to put these, and then we now want to put these two. We don't necessarily need to put a column actually. Let's remove these first. We just need to add a container. All right, the container is going to be a circle, and it's going to be maybe 30, I think 50. Yep. And I actually do need that orange color, so come back to component and try to find orange. Did I say orange color? I'm really sorry, it's a yellow color. Okay, my brain is freezing. So now I'm copying this, and I'm just going to paste this here. There you go. And now we're gonna add a column, because if you come here you see that this is on top of this, and so it's gonna be a column. Your ticket is ready. We're gonna add a row here. It could also not be a row. We can just add a text in this case. Your ticket is ready. And here we can just say bold, and we say 16. I think that does the magic. We can duplicate these, and let's see the next thing. Your ticket is ready, check. All right, so we can now say your ticket is ready, check. Okay, then we can go ahead and make these normal and 14, and maybe this one. Okay, that way we can now click on the column and say this type of alignment, and then we need to give it some padding on the left, maybe 20. Then we will click on the row. This is gonna be like from database, so we're gonna have to wrap it. So I right clicked and I'm wrapping it in a widget called list view, which we will use in querying stuff from the database. Let's close this. Then we have one more thing, right? So I think there's a red thing here. I don't know what this one is. I don't know what that is. Okay, so I'm just gonna, I don't know what this is supposed to be, but I'm leaving it like that. So that way we can have this, and your ticket is ready. I can come here and add a column inside it, and then I can click here and add an icon. All right, and then I will click here to center align the icon, which is the reason why I use the column. And here I'm just gonna say ticket. All right, so ticket, yep, this is it. And I'm just gonna make it white. I don't know if that works. It's actually like a deeper yellow. So let's come over here and look for a deeper yellow. Why do we find a deeper yellow? So I think this is gonna be a deeper yellow. So let's come here and click here and look for, let's see, paste it. Nah, it's not working. It's not working. So what do I do? Okay, let's copy this one and see if it works. So let's come here and paste it. Doesn't really work out, but we can use it that way. So let me click on the list view and give it a padding of 20 from the top. Now we can actually go ahead and just duplicate these and give it a padding of 14, right? That way we have, you know, several notifications here. We can come here to this place and change it to secondary background color. Yeah. So now we have that, and we're good to go. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the front-end development part of our course. Oh, okay, it's not the end. It's actually not the end. We're going to have to create the bottom navigation here. Yeah, this is gonna be a video of its own, just like I said earlier, and then we would have been done with the front end. Well, I think at some point we'll have to, yeah, we're not done. We're going to still have to create the admin panel. All right, so we have a long way to go. So stay tuned. See you in the next part of the course. Welcome to another part of our course. Well, we are still working on the front end. This one we're going to be creating the bottom navigator here. All right, so we're going to be creating the bottom navigator, and let's go right into it. So here it is. We're going to create it as a component. So we have to click on this and say new component, and we're creating from scratch. So blank, we'll call it bottom nav. Okay. The reason why we're creating it as a component is because we want to be able to use it everywhere else in the application. Okay. Yeah. So what we need to do here is we have to go ahead and let's look at it first. Let's come to the widget tree. Now this is it. We're going to have to add a container. All right. The container is going to be max width, and the height is going to be, let's say, 50. All right. And what we're going to do next is we're going to go ahead and then add a row inside it, and then we can begin adding the different components. So this is going to have when it's selected and when it's not selected. All right, it is going to have when it's selected and when it's not selected. You can see this is when it is not selected. This is when this one is not selected. This is when the three are not selected. Only this one is selected at this point. Okay, so let's go ahead and just do that now. First of all, we're going to go to the component side, and I think this was made available, the different part of the nav. Yes, so we're lucky we have access to these, and I want us to use an exact replica of it. So this is going to be our home, so I'm just going to click on that, click on export, and I'm going to take it away to and export. So it's called home 2. All right, and let's do it one by one. So now I'm going to have these. I'm going to add an image, and that image is going to be 24 pixel by 24 pixel. So I'm going to have here 24 by 24. All right, and we're going to remove this border radius, and I'm going to come here and change from network to asset, and I will click in here to upload the files. I'll come to downloads, and then I'll search for home 2. So this is what I have, and I'll just click on open. I will zoom in so we can see what is happening. So now we have this image. So I'm just going to come here and click on this just so it can fit properly. Now I have this, and the next thing I need to do is add this particular one. So I'll just be adding this, and I'll add this. So if you can see here, this is more like I would like to either create it normally, but I don't want to do that. I just want to take all of these like this. So I'm just going to click these, and as far as it's showing like this, I will just say 2 and I will export. It's giving me as a zip file. Unfortunately, let's see how it looks like. Let's see how it looks like. If it looks like, if it's one item, okay, it's one item, it's called home.png. That's fine. And its dimension is 103 by 40 approximately. So I can come here and I will duplicate this and say this is going to be 103 by 40. Perfect. Now I'm going to go ahead and click on these and come here and search for home.png. Now I'm gonna have these and I'll just click on this. Now I have this and it's perfect. I like it. Okay, good. So this one is there and then this one is there. So we will do the same thing for the remaining part. So let's add another one. I'm gonna click on this and copy, click on the row and paste, click on this and copy, click on the row and paste, click on this and copy, click on the row and paste, click on this and copy, click on the row and paste. And I just want to make it bigger so I can see everything. Alright, so click on this and copy, click on the row and paste, click on this and copy, click on the row and paste. Now that covers up for all the parts that we have here. So we just need to fix them in. So the next one we need to do is this guy, and we will just come here and export it. Alright, so let's do 2 and export. It says send-2. So we will change this to send-2. So we will be looking for send-2. Alright, now this is it. Okay, so we need to download another one, which is gonna be this one. Okay, and here I'll just say export, and I'll come here and say 2x and export. It says export home. I wonder why it's not home. So I click that. I'm double tapping here, and I'm gonna just click here. I just want to get the name. It's still called home again. I wonder why it's called home.png. Okay, that's okay. So let's click here and search for home.png. I think we should have 2 results. This one is home and then this one is my trip. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is the heart. So this is the heart. Okay, then we will go ahead and export the heart and say 2x, export that. It says heart.png. So we will click here and search for heart.png, and there you go. So we have these, and the next one we would do is we come over here and export this as well. Export these. It's still called home as well, so that's no problem, but let's just get the exact name, and it's home again. Interesting. Alright, so I'm gonna click on this, and I'm gonna search for home.png. It's gonna be one of these. Now this is it. Now the last part is going to be profile. Okay, so profile, I'm gonna export, make it 2x, export. So it's, well, this one is, wait, it wasn't like that with the others. I think I double tapped too much. Okay, so let's export and 2x, export. Okay, profile to PNG. So let's come over here and click here, come here, search for profile to profile 2. Now I can't really find that. I think there are lots of profile 2. That's PNG. Okay, so I think this is it. Profile 2, the PNG. Alright, then we have the last one, which is this. And we will just come over here and click on these, click on 2x and export home. Click on this to open it, double tap, open, it's still called home. Nice. So we will just come over here, click this and search for home.png, and I think it's gonna be one of these. Okay, yeah, this is it, profile. Okay, so now we have this, and you might be wondering and thinking, how does he intend to use what he has done? Well, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to come here to another part of the FlutterFlow application, the dashboard. I'm going to create an app state called home. All right, it's going to be a boolean, that's true or false. So I created that. The next one I need to do is I'll create a wish list. No, I'll create my trip. I'll just create my trip, then wish list and profile. So I'll say my trip is going to still be a boolean. I'll create another one, wish list. It's going to be a boolean. I'm going to create another one, profile. It's going to be a boolean as well. Okay, so now the app state, the way app state works is that this one allows you to create variables that can be used app wide. That's the entire application. And so now we are going to, it's more like just like a database. All right, so we want to store some values in these variables whenever the user does something. So when they click on the home icon, right, when they tap on it, we're gonna make these variable to store the value true, and that way it's gonna also invalidate the remaining and turn all of the rest false. So when this is made true, the rest is false. When this is made true, the rest is false. Do you understand? That way we can now use that to set up conditional visibility for seeing each of this. Now let me show you what I mean. Now if I go ahead and click on this, right, and then I will say first of all, let me go ahead and click add an action. So add an action, right? And I'll say the action here is I'm gonna add an action, yeah, and the action is going to be update. It's gonna be state management, update app state. I'm gonna click these and then I'll go to home. So when the user clicks on this, I want the application, the app state of this particular variable to be set as true. All right, I want it to be set as true. That means it is true that it has been clicked. And what does that mean? It simply means that this is now going to be made visible. So I'm going to go ahead and then create a conditional visibility by turning on this, and then I will come over here and say conditions, single condition, and then I'll click on the first value, click on set, and I'll go to app state and say home. When home is equals to true, that's when I want these to show. Now I'm going to go ahead and copy these as well. Just copy these. This one can only show when it is not true. All right, so I'll come over here and click this and paste and change these to false. So when it has not been clicked yet, it means home as an app state variable is false, right? And so that simply means that's when this one shows. Now I had already created an action for these. That means when this is being clicked, this should be updated as true, and also all the rest are supposed to be made false. So I'm going to say here set value as false. I'm going to add another one, set the value here as false, because we don't want all of them to all appear at the same time, and set the value as false. Now when this is clicked, it's going to become true. That means it's going to disappear itself because the condition for its own conditional visibility is no longer true. So this one now shows. And when this one is copied, when this one is clicked, so let's go ahead and just set it at once. I'm going to copy the action. When this one is clicked, I'm going to click here to paste the action. All right, this is how to paste the action. When this one is clicked, what is going to happen is that it is going to go ahead and make a home to be false, right? And make home to be false. That's just all. So this one being false doesn't mean the rest are going to be true. All right, so there's nothing to set any one as true or not. So I'm just gonna do that, and let's go ahead and paste the same thing to these other ones. Paste. When this one is clicked, it's just going to make uh, my trip false. Yeah, it just falsify everything. So when that is being clicked, no, hold on, let me think about it again. Because you're not supposed to click this again. Sorry, when the user has already clicked these and this happened, you can't be clicking this again to go back. So yeah, I think I mixed it up there. So let's delete these actions. So nothing is gonna be here. Yeah, nothing is gonna be here. Let's just go ahead and just delete the action that I created here. So when the user clicks on this, it makes it true, and so this appears. When the user clicks on something else, like this one now, let's paste the action here. When it clicks on this is going to be set as false. Everything else is going to be set as false except the trip, which is going to be true. All right, and we're going to be setting conditional visibility for these to say that the single condition, the first value, the app state my trip is going to be equals to true. So that's only when this one shows. And we can now go ahead and copy this. Okay, so I think this one should always show, right? No, if we make it to always show, that means it can show simultaneously with these. So what we did at first was good. So we will go ahead and paste this here to say that these can only be visible when it is false. Okay, so that way we have done for these and this. And then the next one is the heart here. We just have to paste the conditional visibility, but now we're gonna have to click these. I just had to copy it once and say wish list and this. So this is going to be false. It's gonna only show when it's false. And I'm just gonna copy this variable and I'm gonna click this and I'm gonna click to paste it here, meaning that this is only going to be visible and it's gonna show when it is true. But now let's go ahead and click on these to copy the action here. And so when the user clicks on this, what is gonna happen is, let me see, we're gonna paste this. It's going to make everything else false except wish list, which will be made true. That's perfect. And so we've done conditional visibility for these, and that's fine. And then this one, when user clicks on these, it's going to make everything else to be true. No, it's going to just make only the profile to be true. All right. Yeah, it's just going to make the profile to be true. Everything else is going to be false. And let's go copy the conditional visibility that I did set for these. Just come here and copy it, and we're going to paste it here. So for this one, we're turning that on and pasting it. This is going to be, let me click here to change it to profile. Profile is only going to be visible when it is false, correct? And I'm going to click to copy this one I just did now, and then I'll paste it on this one and say that this is only going to be visible when it's true. Okay, so now we have done this. It's just perfect. Now we will go to home. All right, when the user is in the home, let's come here to the design area. Now let's come to the design area and see what happens here. So when the user is home, when this page is loaded, all right, this is activated by default. Okay, so we have to go ahead and come to home, which we are right now. We're at home. Okay, so what we will do is we will come here to the scaffold. That's the main foundation of this screen, and we will add an action. All right, we'll click here to open the action flow editor and say on page load, if you can see here, we want to update. Okay, I think I can just paste an action. Yeah, We want to update the app state and make the home to be true. The rest will be false. Okay? That's like the idea. It's going to be true. The rest is going to be false once this page loads. Now that's the idea. We might not be able to, we won't be able to, preview this unless we have set up, we are doing like a real run mode. Okay, so if we come here to the settings and then we do, where is it? We go to the app, the main app details. So the entry page is the splash, but we have not decided to set up the login page yet. So that's not going to be possible for us to see whether what we have just created works or not. But I can assure you that that's like the logical flow for it, and we will test it when we have started backend, which is going to be in the next video. So keep your fingers crossed, and we will see in the next video. See you soon.